Yo, so. Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. And I hope David is having a fantastic day, too.
Yeah, been a freaking crap week, man.
Good.
I've been sick. I've been sick since DebateCon.
Me too.
So I got banned. I got banned from the UK. And that's basically what I'd been getting ready for and stuff. So I get banned from the UK. So I was like, okay, no problem. I'll just get back and I'll just start cranking out tons and tons of videos. Wrong. I cranked out one video and then got horribly sick.
You're sick. You are sick.
And then so like it's like either the last 3 or 4 days, I slept 12 hours a day. Just completely out of it. And still sick. But I feel better today than I do yesterday. So anyway.
That's very based. I don't know. I might have been the one to make you sick because here the thing is, my debate was coming up. My trip was coming up to where was that? Oh yeah, New Jersey.
Newark.
Newark.
No, Newark is the problem. We're from different parts of the country, and then you go up to basically what is the armpit of America.
It is a horrible place. It is.
Yeah, it's Newark, man. It's Newark. Everyone knows Newark is like a terrible garbage place, right? But anyway, so you go up there, and all of a sudden you're exposed to all these germs and diseases, and cold and flu variants that you're not used to where you live, and then they get you, man. And then everyone goes home sick. Great plan, James.
Well, I was sick, and I went there anyway, and then I also remember the next the day I arrived there, the next day, breakfast, I saw you and I sat right next to you and started coughing and everything, and almost vomited on the table while I was sick. So you might have gotten sick from that as well. But hey, that's just life, you know.
Robert got sick too, and he wasn't at breakfast.
Well, he was at dinner, and I actually had a long conversation at dinner with him.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we found the super spreader, everyone. We have identified patient 0, the super spreader.
That's it. And everyone else who interacted with me, if you're sick, it wasn't me. So, David, what else has been going on, man? Have you been seeing all these terrorist attacks?
You mean like the ones that happen every single day? Every single day there's a stabbing?
Yes.
And people still don't get what they've brought in through their gates. They brought in through their gates tons and tons of people whose solution, whenever they feel at all anxious about anything, is to go on a stabbing spree. That's their solution. Something's not right. Let me go stab a bunch of people. Ah! I'm like, oh no. Have they not realized that this is a serious problem, that they have a disproportionate number of people who just want to randomly go around stabbing people in the throat?
Well, the thing is, I mean, you have these people that this is the way they express themselves. What's your and you have to yourself. You have to allow people a certain degree of expressing themselves and expressing their feelings. If they do feel on edge too much, if they do feel like things are not going their way, if they do feel like life could be better and it just isn't perfect right now, and I really want to go out and stab somebody, then how can you really blame them?
And people don't realize how. I mean, guys, this is only going to get worse because you have tons of people that you brought in to European countries. And even though some of them may get along with you, there's some who are completely happy getting along with you and so on. There's always this
one or two.
Yeah. There's always this portion of the population who, when something goes wrong, they act out through violence. And guess what? Things are going wrong. You have they get pissed off about stuff that's going on with Israel and Gaza. They get pissed off about other things. They're worried about the avalanche of apostasy. They're worried about Islam crumbling. And their solution when things go wrong is we have to get violent to show that we're strong. We show we're strong through violence and stabbing people. That gets us attention and shows you what we think about you and that we're the strong ones. And now you're just going to have to deal with these stabbings every day. It's the cost of your great diversity.
That's indeed true. It is really, really, really insane. They didn't listen. Western nations didn't listen. Western countries just didn't really listen. People warned them over and over and over and over again. They didn't listen. Right now, it is becoming very, very popular across parties, across European countries, to adopt policies of saying, hey, it's time to send people back. And this is becoming a popular thing. Right now, in Germany, tomorrow, by our time, today, by their time, Germany is about to have elections. They're about to have elections, and the elections show that that there is a great shift toward the center and the right, and I'm not sure what exactly the results will be. I will be at my screens looking at the results and the sentiments all day, but the AfD, look at this.
Well,
They have to refer to them always as the far right.
mhm.
Even here, in fact, even here. Now I pull up an article of a terrorist attack in Berlin. Berlin police arrest suspect in stabbing at Holocaust memorial. Right, so I was there just a few weeks ago. Even in this report, they cannot end it without. Let's see. It must be here, right? Was it this one? Do I see it here? Oh yeah, right here. It's right here, right in the middle. Far right. Where was that? Where was that? I just saw it. Where was that? Where does it say far right?
This is pretty expert reporting here, AP.
I'm very confused right now, man. I was just sleeping. So the area surrounding the monument site at the heart of the city was sealed off. The national election campaign, in which polls suggest a far-right party could come in second place for the first time in 9 decades, has been marred by a series of high-profile attacks. In 9 decades, far-right party could come in second place for the first time in 9 decades. What does that mean? A far-right party for the first time in 9 decades. They're talking about the AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, the Alternative for Germany. They're talking about this party here, which is currently on the second place in polls, that skyrocketed and rose out of nowhere. The party started just a little bit over 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they were nothing. They had no support. They were laughed about. They were laughed at. They were ridiculed. Now they have become the second most important party in the entire nation because the others don't listen.
Dude, Germany's got some political problems right now, though, because I saw that the other parties have agreed that they're not going to work with the AfD party, and therefore, any of the two other parties. Normally for Germany, you need two parties to have a coalition and so on to actually run the government. But now, since your number two party is the party you're not going to work with, now they need a coalition of 3 parties, but these 3 parties are different and have different agendas and so on. So they all have to agree, but that kind of doesn't work very well, needing three completely different parties to all agree on something to get anything done. And so you might have another breakdown of the government, AP. You might have a government breakdown in the near future when they can't get anything done.
This is what happens. They have what is known as a firewall established against the AfD because they want to describe them as Nazis and far right and all that, and they want to encourage each other not to collaborate, not to work with this party, and to avoid it at all costs. So they built this firewall around them. But yet again, here you have the Politico poll, which shows, if you go back through the entire history of this party, you can see here, this is where the party starts out between 2012, 2013. At 3%, it goes up and up and up, goes down here, then goes up and up and up, and currently is on the rise at 20% of the population wanting to vote for this party. It came into existence as a result of actually, it is considered an offshoot of the CDU, which was leading the country under Angela Merkel, which is a Christian conservative party. But people have become so upset and disappointed and betrayed by this party that so many of them started switching over. Also people from other parties, and wanted to have a party that finally listens to people's demands to shut down the borders, to send back legal immigrants and illegal immigrants, people who cause problems, people who do not belong in Germany anymore, and so on, and to have a strict shift in how these things are handled. The AfD has promised to do this, and people are flocking to it right now. So but yeah, as you said, the other parties, they refuse to work with this party. They want to act like the party doesn't exist. At the beginning, it was very, very easy. Right now, it's not quite that easy. They have to somehow deal with the fact that this party has lots of voters, and this party will have a lot of power in the parliament. So they want to somehow find a solution to this. Eventually, they will be forced to accept this party and to work with them.
And you know why they're going to be forced? Because of the jihadis who are going to keep showing the German population what they're actually up against. In other words, the stabbings, the attacks, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep on coming, and that's going to keep leading people over to a party that says we can't just keep putting up with this forever.
That's funny. How about you guys explain AfD's government vision? It's a very, very difficult one. It's a very, very difficult one. Here's the thing: with all the other parties in question, for example, with the SPD, it's a social democrat party. The CDU is a party of just that in the past appealed to traditional sentiments with the democratic aspect and so on. With many of these parties, you have a rather clear set of political views. With the AfD, it is quite different. The AfD is a party that came into existence because the others are such disappointments and letdowns and won't listen. So this is basically a reaction of the masses to all of these parties. And the party has different factions inside. They have a centrist faction, a libertarian faction. They have a slightly more right faction. They have a significantly right faction, which was known as the Wing, which was shut down, and so on. But the idea is basically they want to get back to a certain amount of liberalism or libertarianism with a big emphasis on national security, on closing borders, on remigration, which is becoming a very important word in Europe and in Germany right now. Remigration meaning that lots of people who migrated to Europe need to be sent back. And this is not just limited to illegal immigrants. It includes lots of people who just do not belong in Europe because they don't appreciate the values of Europe and so on. So the party is supposed to present a conservative mixed with liberal perspectives and some significant shifts for national security and restricted borders and so on. Of course, aside from this, they have lots of different political differences within. And as the party grows and gets more power, those within the party have to figure out what to do with each other, because there are lots of people who are currently collaborating with each other inside this party as a reaction to the other parties. But they have to eventually figure out what to do with each other. But there is one thing which is important, which is that this party is a reaction to the stupid policy of just letting everybody in and letting them do whatever they want and saying, oh, we can't just deport people. We just have to keep them here, I guess. This party says, no, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. You have all these these other parties are in panic mode over this AfD party, but they're the ones causing it by refusing to deal with the problem that people want them to deal with, right? People are looking around And guess what? As far as the German population that actually has to deal with the jihadis amongst them and so on, no one thinks it's a good idea to keep bringing these people in. The only people who think it's a good idea to keep bringing in endless piles of migrants and so on are people who are in areas that aren't affected by it, right? If you live in a very, if you're a wealthy politician in a nice area where it's not affecting you, oh yeah, you think it's the greatest idea in the world because then you get to sit there in your little tower thinking about how tolerant and good you are. It's your own people who are being completely screwed. And then your people complain to you, we don't like this. And you say, shut up, racist, shut up, bigot, and so on. And then eventually you get the AfD.
Even the name, I think the name AfD is a play on Angela Merkel, who said that there is simply no alternative to the current system and current situation. Pretty sure the naming comes from, yes, there is. We are going to be the alternative. Alternative für Deutschland. I think so. Even the naming is kind of just a response to the decade-long ignoring of people's demands and so on. So that's that. Far right, extremely correct. Inshallah. I mean, to be very, very honest, if I was in Germany and I had the right to vote in Germany, I would vote for this party right now. And yes, there are lots of concerns that people have about a party like this that is new and that is basically a reaction, and I get it. However, it is a message to decades of people in power not listening to the population. And I would say, just to send a message, I would totally vote for these guys. That's that. Hey AP, Luke Link. Hey AP, sorry you have been having issues with Ortho Bros online. As someone who has been in a lot of Discord debate servers, online Ortho Bros can be rude. This is very, very rude. Why are you attacking Ortho Bros now? Luke, why are you attacking Ortho Bros? This is a very, very rude attack on Ortho Bros. This is unacceptable. I just can't. I can't accept this. This is very, very rude. Yeah, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but I've just been kind of fighting with many of the people online, and there are many of them that are nice. I just had a recent thing going on, and this is actually a perfect opportunity to put David on the spot and start throwing him under the bus as a Christian, by talking about certain things.
Crush these Ortho Bros.
So David,
what?
People started getting really pissed at me because I posted something.
What?
And that was, so in the middle of the hostage exchange, the hostage release situation where Israel actually released the bodies of the Bibas family, of the children that they also murdered, and we want to go into that, that they murdered, they released them. In the middle of this, I saw a post which was from an archbishop, and the post said this. So it was by open source intel. Says, Greek Orthodox Archbishop of Israel Hannah Atallah expressed condolences over Nasrallah's death and voiced support for Hezbollah. Police are investigating him for suspected incitement. Here's the guy. So at first I thought, okay, I really need to know what he actually said. So I found it and I looked it up, and the messaging is actually really, really, really terrible. Really terrible. He basically not only expresses condolences, he expresses admiration for Hezbollah and for Hassan Nasrallah. He calls him a martyr, the Ummah's master of martyrs. So here, Archbishop Atallah Hannah honors Nasrallah's sacrifices, calls for Arab unity, calls him the Ummah's master of martyrs. In just a few days, Lebanon will witness an extraordinary historic event, the funeral of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and his fellow martyrs, the message read. From Al-Quds we stand, this is Jerusalem, we stand in reverence and honor for his sacrifices. In fact, this is the Muslim way of referring to Jerusalem. Honor of his sacrifices, as well as those of his companions who stood with Palestine, defended it, and paid a heavy price for its cause, even they had their balls blown off. We remain loyal to these sacrifices, and the entire Palestinian people remain faithful to the sacrifices, and so on. So he calls the guy a martyr. He depicts him as a hero. He expresses condolences. He expresses solidarity, and so on. And he's an archbishop under the patriarchate of, under the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem. He's an archbishop in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, in the city of Sebastia. But he's also the most well-known archbishop under the patriarchate. So I saw this, and my response to this was, of course,
very rude. Very rude.
Traitor, dhimmi, useful idiot, evil one.
This is AP's response to the entire Orthodox Church. See that? Wait, see how he reacts? AP, some of these Orthodox, some of these Greek Orthodox Christians actually protected Jews during the Holocaust, and you're sitting there saying the whole church is evil.
No, there is actually one thing that I think was wrong here. So I would like to apologize. I know I did make this post here in response to the Archbishop, and I said traitor, dhimmi, useful idiot, evil one. And I would like to apologize for this, because I said useful idiot, and this is actually a misapplication of things. I don't think that he is a useful idiot. I think that he is personally evil and probably in an evil pact with these Islamist terrorists. So I would like to just reiterate it as traitor, dhimmi, and evil one. Hope that answers the question. But yeah, so in response to this, people started attacking me and saying, "How dare you insult an archbishop?" and so on. And I just doubled down. And then people started attacking me over this. But here's the thing. I understand that within Orthodoxy, people have a lot of reverence for somebody who has the title of an archbishop, who has the title of a bishop, who has a priestly title and all that. But why would you abide by such a system and protect somebody like this from criticism when this guy goes out there praising Islamic terrorists, praising Islamists who actually have blood on their hands, who killed lots of innocent civilians, who killed Christians, and so on? Why would you defend this guy?
Yeah, let me go ahead and expand upon that a bit, AP.
Yes.
You have people like me who so again, historically I'm a Protestant, but like Protestant by default. It's not me saying, aha, I'm a Protestant, I'm protesting against certain things in the Catholic Church or something like that. It's more like I became a Christian by reading the Bible, and then that's it. But since I didn't join the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church, you're kind of Protestant by default. But you've got all these people who say, and as I've said, given what's going on in the world and people feeling like they're attacked and becoming more entrenched in their groups and more aggressive in their groups, you're going to see more Catholics going after Protestants, Protestants going after Catholics, Orthodox, and everyone blasting away at each other and telling everyone that they have to join the correct church and so on. But as far as the issue of when people say, "Hey, David, you should join the Orthodox Church, the true church. You should join the Catholic Church, the true church," it's always in my head, wait a minute, you guys have this system, and I have to submit to people, and I listen to their ideas, and they have some of the most insane ideas I've ever seen in my entire life. And so, like what are you basing this? Like, put it this way, I trust Scripture way more than I trust this guy in front of my face. I trust Scripture infinitely more than I trust this guy to be making decisions. So, like, why would I be joining your church and submitting to all these guys when some of them sound like the opposite of what I would ever want to submit to? It's I don't know. It's just weird to me. In other words, if your church is like the embodiment of divine guidance in the world and so on, and I look, and it's, yeah, we love terrorists. The terrorists are the greatest. We're the terrorists are the heroes. And like, whoa, not interested. So maybe we can just criticize this guy, right? Maybe we say, okay, he's not a true representative or something like that, and so he's not one of the great archbishops and stuff. So we could say this guy's wrong. And then, no, how dare you criticize an archbishop? Like what for supporting freaking terrorists?
No, I would say that this guy is a bastard, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to say this.
Yeah. So yeah. The point of all that, ladies and gentlemen, was you make it it's like, hey, join this thing, and okay, what's the point of joining all this? Well, you'll be part of the true church and stuff. And okay, what's the cost? You have to submit to a bunch of guys who have ideas that you regard as completely insane. Okay, I have a serious problem with that, right? If your church is truly the one that's divinely guided and the others aren't, and so on, then I would expect you not to be supporting terrorist lunatics. That's what I would expect. And so if you are, I think, okay, I have a problem with the idea that this is the truly divinely guided church. So just pointing that out.
So what you're saying is that all Orthodox people are evil.
Not saying at all. I'm saying I just don't see a huge difference. If I see a compelling reason to say, you know what, there are a lot of crazy ideas out there. I'm gonna have to stick with the Bible.
Yeah. So the thing is, I actually have a lot of respect for Orthodoxy and for the Orthodox Church and the history of the Orthodox Church and Orthodox, the ecumenical patriarchate in Constantinople and so on. Don't have that much respect for the Russian side of Orthodoxy, to be very honest.
Yeah, but that's because they're Russians.
Yeah.
I mean, right. That's not because they're Orthodox. It's because they're Russians. And yes, being Russian corrupts everything.
You can't be good and be Russian. It's just
Oh, hey, I want to point out too, as far as like both Catholicism and Orthodox, probably more so with Orthodox. Like I'm drawn to like ancient traditions and so on. That's like, I don't know. There's something really cool about it. Having churches that go back, all these centuries and all these traditions and so on that go back so far in the history of Christianity and so on. It's just like, don't have a bunch of lunatics saying the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire life and saying, hey, you have to jump on board with this stuff.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah. To be fair, lots of other Orthodox stood up and said that this is just unacceptable and all that. My issue is just yes, we all know it's unacceptable, but since when is this guy Archbishop? This guy is Archbishop since I think 2005 or so.
I have to say that thing he's got in his hand looks pretty cool.
It does.
It looks like he's ready to just whack you with that thing if you.
It does. So this guy here, Theodosius Hanna of Sebastia, is Archbishop since December 2005. December 2005. Is there nobody who will get this guy out of here and say, hey, you don't belong here anymore, or to kick him out, or to vote him out? I don't know how the system works, because this here is not the only thing that he has done. It just gets even worse. I just went down looking up more information about this guy and who he is. Then I briefly reported about this here. Say, how can an Orthodox Archbishop support and celebrate Islamic terrorism? Will the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem condemn and remove him? Sorry, I said patriarchate. Will other authorities interfere?
Foreigners.
You can't even spell patriarch.
Foreigners.
Idiot. Or is this acceptable? Will they accuse Israel of discrimination if this guy is arrested? Israel apparently just started a legal process against this guy for inciting.
And that's what we'll hear. You see, it's the dictatorship of Israel persecuting Christians. Like this guy's openly supporting terrorism.
Yes.
Terrorists, Muslim terrorists, Islamic terrorists, slaughtering people in the name of Allah.
And then the thing is, then somebody posted a photo that I was actually kind of familiar with, that I saw in the past, but I couldn't really make the connections, and I didn't really want to go that much into Christian stuff in the Middle East at that time. But somebody posted this here as a response. Here is another photo of our gentleman, of our guy here. This thing here says the following. Look, David, look at this. Have you seen this? Here he stands with a sign in his hand. The sign in his hand says, "May my father and my mother be sacrificed for you, Ya Rasulallah."
Last Christian on the planet I would trust to tell me how I'm supposed to behave, ladies and gentlemen. What? You can't criticize him. You can't criticize him. Okay, then I'm not interested.
Somebody actually posted a oh yeah, here's a video, I think. So here's this is from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, from 2015. This guy's on a protest, and the protest is about respecting Muhammad and about Muhammad cartoons. In fact, wait a minute, was this after Charlie Hebdo? Was this after Charlie Hebdo? Charlie Hebdo attack. Was this as a reaction to this? So Charlie Hebdo shooting happened on January 7, 2015. I didn't even think about this aspect, David. This gets even worse.
Well,
so this here is a march, a protest by Muslims in, I believe, East Jerusalem or the West Bank. After the shooting of Charlie Hebdo, after Islamists go and shoot the cartoonists at Charlie Hebdo because they insulted Muhammad, these guys go out protesting against Muhammad cartoons and to protect, Muhammad. Among them is this archbishop in question as well. He joins them here. He walks with them with his Palestine thing around him. And also with signs. Now, Muslims have these insane, nutty things that they say, like, may my father and my mother be sacrificed for you, Ya Rasulullah. This is an actual Muslim thing. They're like, I love Muhammad more than myself. I love Muhammad more than my mother and my father. Yes. May my father and my mother be sacrificed to you, Ya Rasulullah.
May my tiny little daughter be banged by an older Muslim for you, Rasulullah.
No, it's one thing that Muslims say something like this because it is basically pagan worship of Muhammad, and they would like to, it's kind of gay, it's kind of pagan and all that. Gay and it's what they would do, but why in the world would an Eastern Orthodox, a Greek Orthodox archbishop join in with them and do this? How is this guy a Christian? I don't even get it.
Yeah, it's weird. Pagan. Hey, I'm a archbishop, and let's have some pagan worship of Muhammad.
Yeah. Now here's some very smart guy here. Vyati Vistu says AP is too Pope cucked to say the same about the Pope being pro-Palestine. I just have some questions here. I have never seen the Pope. I've never seen the Pope walk around and say, "May my father and my mother be sacrificed to you, Ya Rasulullah." I've never seen the Pope call Islamic terrorists martyrs and say, "We stand with them, and their fight is our fight," and so on. Now, I've seen the Pope say problematic things here and there, and sure, I can acknowledge that. Why are you making this about Catholicism? Why are you making this about the Pope now? And why do you deflect from this guy doing something so horrible and so disgusting by bringing up the Pope?
Yeah. Hey, the Pope is messed up too. But definitely not. You're on a completely different level with this guy. Yeah, let's all sacrifice our children to and my parents to Allah and Muhammad. Like, wait, what? You're a what? I'm an archbishop in the Orthodox Church. By the way, you had a similar issue. Like Robert was Catholic. Robert, after like decades of being blasted by the Catholic Church for warning people about jihad and called out by the Catholic Church for warning about jihad, he eventually left the Catholic Church and just said, how can I view these guys as like the arbiters of what is the true church? And they attack people for trying to warn them about jihad. Like how can this be the case? And so point is here, ladies and gentlemen, everyone's got their issue and their church. So you've got that issue that's going on in the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church as far as what's going on, but the issue in the Protestant Church is you end up with sort of everyone's like his own church, right? There's no like central. I mean, apart from Scripture, apart from God and Scripture, there's sort of nothing else holding everyone together, and we just know from experience people are gonna, oh, I like doing church this way. Well, I like doing church that way. Well, I like my candles this way. Well, yeah, I don't like candles in my church at all. Well, I like this, and then everyone is basically their own church at the end of the day. There's not, they're not held together as one church. They split off into tons and tons and tons of churches. So, long story short, everyone's got their issue. Someone better figure things out. So, Protestants need to figure out how to avoid endless division that is caused. Basically, when you say, hey, when we have a disagreement, we split off. Okay, that leads to problems. And Orthodox and Catholics have to figure out what to do when we're looking at their leaders and saying, how in the name of common sense can these be people we're supposed to submit to?
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I did talk to some people like Jay Dyer, for example, last night, because he came in and we started kind of angrily tweeting at each other, and lots of people might know.
Oh, so you guys were just tweeting at each other? You weren't like having a conversation?
We did have a conversation eventually, so we were tweeting at each other.
I know. Look, hey, little side note. I am interested in that kind of thing because I know pretty much close to nothing about the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church and stuff. I just know kind of a couple of big picture issues and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd be interested in like, what do you guys say about this? What if you say, hey, submit to this church and here are our leaders, and I say those leaders look like they're nuts, man. Like, what do you do? Do you say, oh no, you don't? Yeah, but you don't have to follow all these guys.
So you just admitted that you're not Orthodox because you don't know anything about Orthodoxy.
I said no. I said next to nothing. Next to nothing.
So you're saying if you didn't know about know more about Orthodoxy, you would be Orthodox?
No, I'm saying the little bit that I know is like massive warning signs.
Huh. Where did that conversation go? Did he delete it? That's interesting. I thought I could go back and look at the Spaces conversation that I had with him, but I can't find it anymore.
Step one would be, and this may be the case. Step one. And this may be the case, would be, no, if you have a lunatic like this, you can be Orthodox and say, yeah, but Bishop so-and-so is a complete lunatic. I'm not following him.
Yeah, so what he said to me is, when I brought this up, was that it's entirely possible that there might be subversive figures inside Orthodox Christian churches, or the patriarchate, that may work on behalf of foreign interests, like Iran, for example, or Russia, or other places, for example, and that might be doing something like this. So I just asked him to clarify. So you were saying that this guy could be basically an infiltration by foreign interests and foreign powers. He said, yeah. So it's entirely possible. So,
what if you're Orthodox Christian in his area? Like, what do you do?
Apparently, you are supposed to, if you follow an archbishop like this who says some really, really messed up things, you are supposed to go through some priestly, chain of authority and kind of ask like what is happening and so on. Me personally, this is a problem to me, because I just want to call this guy out. I don't want to go through a chain of hierarchy and end up watching as nothing happens. Apparently with this guy, nothing happens, because I just showed it right here. This guy said in 2015, he actually marched with the terrorists who killed cartoonists, and he praised Muhammad. How can an Orthodox bishop do something like this and still be the archbishop 10 years later? He has people above him. The Patriarchate of Jerusalem that apparently said nothing and did nothing about this.
So you're pointing out that it's the problem is systemic. It's not just you had one weird guy. It's like, wait, you guys have had years and years to deal with this problem and to show you have a way of dealing with problematic figures like this. And this guy's still in charge and still celebrating terrorists.
Yes. And then I found out even more about this guy, which is that, and this is just, how would I, as an ex-Muslim, as somebody who was at some point part of the Muslim community, who is threatened by terrorists all the time and so on, how would I just ignore something like this when this guy works with together with Islamic terrorists? This guy if I went to his territory and was killed by Islamic terrorists for being offensive to Islam, he would most likely stand up to support those terrorists and would most likely condemn me. This is the problem, because here in that image that we have just seen, he is actually standing with those who killed the cartoonists together with the Muslims.
Oh, yeah, that's a dude.
Why
So
would
that's
I-
a yeah.
why
So
would I
that's
have
a
any
problem.
respect? It's not even the respect. I mean, forget about having respect. I certainly have no respect for this guy, but you would be under the authority of somebody who would actually not only justify but also celebrate your killing if you did something wrong against the Islamists.
So that's something that would apply to both. If you're talking about celebrating the killing of cartoonists, you and me would both be under a death sentence for
Yes.
mocking Muhammad, mocking the Quran, Quranagami, eating the Quran, all that stuff. So we'd be under a death sentence. But you've got a church leader here who, if we were slaughtered in the name of Allah for mocking Muhammad or eating the Quran or something like this, he'd be on the side of the jihadis who killed us.
Yes.
And so if we were Christians in his area, we would have to be under the authority of someone who would side with our murderers.
Yes.
You see the problem, guys? See the problem with this sort of thing? Some weird stuff. Submit to this guy who would be on the side of jihadis who slaughter you in the name of Allah. No.
If you are part of this guy's diocese, of this guy's Orthodox community, you would be told to go to your priests to seek help or to find a solution. But your priests are under this guy who is basically friends with terrorists.
And it's, keep in mind, it's not just that. He's the example to the Christians in his area, right? He's the example to the Orthodox Christians in his area. And it's like, okay, what does our leader, the Archbishop, do? He sides with terrorists every time.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the rest of us Christians supposed to do? We're supposed to side with terrorists every time. It's a bad look.
Look here. Smotrich calls for investigation of former Mufti Archbishop over participation in Iranian conference. This is from 2022. This is 3 years ago. So this guy from the religious Zionist party, Bezalel Smotrich, calls for an investigation into the very same Archbishop, Hana, over the following. Look at this. So he calls into a criminal investigation against former Jerusalem Mufti Akrima Sabri and Greek Orthodox Archbishop Atala Hana over their participation last week in a virtual conference hosted by Iran. The conference, called Annual Global Jerusalem Day, was also attended by the leaders of various terrorist organizations, such as Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. So listen, this archbishop here is in a call organized by the Islamic regime of Iran. Other participants are Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who is gladly dead now, Palestinian Islamic Jihad leader Ziad al-Nakhala, and the leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a communist organization, by the way, Talal Naji, and the head of the Fatah coalition in Iraq, Hadi al-Amiri. Any sane person can understand the conduct of these two amounts to a number of criminal offenses, among them support for an armed struggle against the state of Israel, and so on. So this archbishop here works together and gets together with Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, and Fatah, and so on, because he probably works together with them, and he's probably a subversive paid actor, probably for the Iranian Islamist regime. And nobody does anything about this. It's been 3 years. The one side that also seems to do nothing about this is Israel. Israel normally, this guy probably committed numerous crimes by now. But Israel apparently has a history of just detaining the guy and then just letting him go. And why? Because Israel has an aspect of, this is an important religious figure, and if we arrest this guy and put this guy in prison, then this will cause increased tensions. So, let's just not do that. Let's just detain him and give him a slap on the wrist, warn him, and then let him go. That's what Israel does, because Israel is afraid of causing problems. Yet Israel will still be depicted as the bad guy here in this situation. For example, in my opinion, Israel should detain this guy and then give him a sentence for every single offense that he has caused, and possibly just put him away for the entirety of the rest of his life that he has. But if Israel actually did that, they would go, "You see, this is the proof that Israel is oppressing Christians." Don't you guys see what the freaking problem here is? Anyway, I just wish that the Eastern Orthodox community stood up and did something about this. But unfortunately, it seems that there is a great amount of subservience among Christian communities in the Middle East, and I just don't know why. And yes, this is an attack on Christians, David. Sivako said, if AP isn't late, is it really an AP live stream? Yes. Christian Theology and Apologetics said, I knew it, LOL. AP, why are you always late? How dare you? I can be late whenever I want. Apostate of Allah, it's the OGs mustard been stuck in my head since the Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar. Ayatollah Khamenei said, David just cranked and got sick, and then he slept 12 hours a day. That sounds like David. Sandman, Daily Wire, I would have thought we know where the semen came from, Robert, is from a coming-of-age teen film, not a debate about the founder of a world religion. David, what was that about? Did you say something?
No,
did you say something as outrageous as this?
I said we know where the semen came from. Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Robert's like, oh, the semen stains would have been evidence of Muhammad's virility to the Muslims of his time. That's why they didn't have a problem with it. And then I quoted all the passages about Diha al-Kalbi, and I said, we know where the semen came from, Robert.
That's a debate worth watching. It's a very entertaining debate.
Classic D. Wood and Robert Spencer.
Oh, so I heard. I personally haven't watched it. I got better things to do with my time. Where the semen... Wait, where came from? Scene came from. Scene came from. Scene came from. Let's see, is this here?
Why would you invent this story? We know where the semen came from, Robert.
We'll kick it over to
this. And was that guy? We all know that. Story short, of course, it turns out to be the angel Gabriel. You can see there at the bottom. Then the prophet replied, "That was Gabriel. So why did you tell him when you entered? And what did he? We all know what this sounds like. Like, why are you inventing this? We all know that if you came home to your wife early and you saw a guy slipping out the window and you ran in thinking, "Hey, did that guy rob you? What was that guy?" Jumping out the window. Oh, no, that was an angel, honey. We know no one in history would be dumb enough to fall for that. Why would you invent this story? We know where the semen came from, Robert. Solve the mystery.
I find it funny how James has this.
Yeah, so Robert's cracking up. James is trying not to crack up. Audience is cracking up. I wasn't looking, but multiple people told me the police officers who were brought in because of Central Dawa were over there trying not to crack up, but giggling and stuff.
The police were really enjoying the show, man. The police loved the thing.
I'm glad. That's what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. We're here for everyone to enjoy this.
They were actually not police.
They
were actually not police. They were just security personnel.
Oh, okay.
But it was funny during my debate with them. It's like I turned over several times to just look at the security guy standing next to me, and he just has a smile on his face and gives me this nod, like, "Yeah, you're crushing it, bro." That's what it looked like to me. But yeah. So, Infinite Oneness, David Wood. One show on Pact of Umar, which were laws enacted in 8th century Christian majority Syria under Muslim rule to socially coerce conversion to Islam. They want you to make a show about.
Make a show on the Pact of Umar. There's an issue with the Pact of Umar in that it was taken by lots of Muslims to refer to the Caliph Umar, but it's not clear whether that's actually Umar or a later Umar. And most people, I think, now think that it's a later Umar, not the Caliph Umar.
It's
the Pact of
Umar
Umar?
the second, who was an Umayyad caliph. Yeah. So, but you can find there's not much difference actually. Umar the second didn't come much later after.
Yeah.
Umar.
Oh, and it's still
centuries.
either way it shows what Sharia was like. But no, I brought up the Pact of Umar multiple times, and you can actually see it. You can actually see the Pact of Umar if you go to Ibn Kathir. If you go to Ibn Kathir in his commentary on Surah 9, verse 29, where he starts explaining what it means to make them feel subdued in 929, and then he gives the Pact of Umar as his example of how this was carried out.
That's where Andrew Tate comes in and says, I can show you how it feels to be subdued. But yeah, so it was basically a collection of laws that you can find summarized basically on Wikipedia as well. But you can also go and find. I'm not even sure. Do we have like the whole thing of the whole document, or do we have fractions of it or something? But you can find it summarized in restrictions on non-Muslims. We will neither erect in our areas a monastery, church, or sanctuary for a monk, nor use any of them to purpose of enmity against Muslims. We will not teach our children the Quran. We will not sell liquor. We will not invite anyone to shirk. We will not publicize practices of shirk. Muslims just will be treated like kings when they come, and so on. All places of worship belonging to non-Muslims have to be lower than the church, than the mosques. There will be no sounds of bells in churches except discreetly. And so on. It's just minorities, Christians, Jews, and other minorities have to wear identifying clothes to mark them, and so on. So this was a very early attempt by Muslims to subdue and control the disbelievers, and kind of like Nazi stuff, you know. What?
We could go through this a bit carefully. No. I just thought of Elon. I don't know if you saw it, but Elon shared a video from a Muslim in the UK. I remember this from a couple of years ago, so this isn't new. This is from a few years ago. But it was a Muslim in the UK, and it's that famous clip where he's saying that the way we treat them, it causes them to convert over time. And he goes, yeah, imagine you're a boy and you see your father and he has to get out of his bed and let the Muslim sleep in his bed because of these requirements and stuff. This kid's going to leave Islam. He's going to say, why? My father has to get out of his own bed and take care of this man and let this man take his bed. So he's bragging about it, but Elon shared that. And so could do something, Elon Musk finds out about Sharia, and then go through that video, and then go through, I mean, what the guy was saying was exactly the stuff you read about in the Pact of Umar.
We should go through that.
We could do that tomorrow, man. We can do that tomorrow.
Let's do that. M. Dizzle said, wolf in sheep's clothing. I guess this refers to the Archbishop here, which is very disrespectful. Shame on you. Israel needs some balls. Pretty sure they have balls, man.
Israel needs balls? What?
Pretty sure they have balls over there. I'm not sure what they're doing with the whole thing. I mean, with the whole ceasefire that is going on right now, Hamas has really pushed it very, 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 very far. And Trump even gave Israel the go ahead to just resume the fighting and bomb the hell out of Gaza. But Israel is just not doing it right now. They're kind of like, let's just continue with the peace process, with the ceasefire and the hostage release process. I think that they might have at this point decided to put an end to to go through with the first phase of the ceasefire, and then to resume the fighting and to bomb the crap out of Gaza. I don't know. But
that's been a theory all along. Are they going to go through the process long enough to get their hostages back and to trade those for the Palestinian prisoners? and then knowing that these Hamas clowns are instantly going to do something to set them off, can just set it off again. Don't know.
I mean, for Israelis, for the hostage families, and so on, this thing is. I see how the current display of hostage release that is currently happening is unbearable. Hamas is doing whatever they can to provoke them as much as possible.
Yeah, they're trying to be as annoying and slimy as possible. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I think they want Israel to resume the fighting. They want Israel to attack. They were getting used to just fighting, dying, and playing the victim and all that. Here is a disgusting footage. You have now you've had. I don't know if you've seen this today, David. Probably not, because you're sleeping all the time. But there is a video of one of the hostages that was released today kissing the head of the Hamas terrorist next to him, and yeah,
I did see all that. You see how he loves him. How much he loves his captors who kidnapped him.
Look at this. He loves them so much. They actually claim that that the hostage here in question was treated very well by Hamas, and he loves Hamas, and so on. The problem is that, of course, they also filmed the background of this. They filmed the background of this, and the background of this is, you can see here what's actually happening. Look. Here, during the hostage release, this guy who was filming and was doing the directing looks at this guy. He comes again. He talks to them. Then they resume the filming. He's smiling. Then he kisses his head. And he's very prepared for this. He focuses the camera on it. Then he puts his thumbs up. And he kisses this guy's head as well. Thumbs up. That's it. This is an incredibly sickening thing to do. But this is just what Hamas does.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it again. They instruct the hostage to go with whatever they say, and give him right here on camera instructions to kiss the heads of these two terrorists here, to give people the impression that he loves them so much, he's just so cool, and so on. This is what they and the people who actually are pro Hamas are sick and stupid enough to buy into this and to start spreading this propaganda, when we can all see on camera right here that this is what they make the hostages do. And the hostages go along with it for several different reasons. First, if I am being let go right now, I better do what they say. Mm-hmm. Secondly, more importantly, there are still many hostages left behind. I better do what they say. Uh-huh. I wonder what they tell these guys. If you don't do what we say, then we will kill hostages, and so on. They have executed hostages on multiple occasions. So
yeah. On your first point there of the first point you made, like you want to make sure they actually let you go and so on. I could draw a parallel with getting out of prison. You're getting out of prison. You have your release date and so on. But as you're about to be released, you start wondering, are they going to like hem me up at the last second and lock me and keep me locked up? Are they going to charge me with something at the last second and make me stay longer and stuff? So guess what? You start being really, really, really friendly with all the guards and everything, whom you can't stand. You can't stand any of these guys, but you are the nicest person in the world to these guards a couple days before you're getting out. And as you're getting out, you're still wondering, are they gonna do something? Are they gonna do something to stop me? Oh, there's the gates right there. Are they gonna pull me back and say, aha, we changed our mind? And so, nope, very friendly, very, very friendly times.
This is what happens. But of course, you have people like this who will also tell you, who will also claim that they are very honest and very loving, very wonderful guys. You have this guy here. He's right in the UK, in Britain, Paul Williams, who converted to Islam, then left Islam again. Then
Paul
converted to
Williams,
Islam
for anyone
again.
who doesn't know, Paul Williams is a British guy who hates himself so much that he wants to see Islam destroy his entire country just to get back at himself.
Yeah. He hates himself. He is very angry at himself because he's gay. And he joined Islam. He left Islam. Then he struggled with Islam. Then he joined Islam again. I don't know how many times what happened, but very, very pathetic weasel here who also acts like, oh, he's just such a reasonable guy. And here he shares this. A picture is worth a thousand words. So he shares directly Hamas propaganda here.
He said thousand like German.
Thousand, yeah. He directly shares Hamas propaganda with his audience, and it has 25,000 likes because 25,000 imbeciles follow him. These are the sick people that we're dealing with. It's just it's not just stupidity, it's profound evil that these guys are engaged in. Spreading terrorist propaganda. Terrorists who just several days ago were revealed to have executed and killed the hostages that they took, including little children, little babies. And this is something to be talked about. I'm sorry, it's really, really dark and really messed up. But for for the longest time, for over a year, people kept sharing and kept asking where these little children are that were deliberately kidnapped and taken. These little children here, 9 months old and 4 years old. These two little children, two little kids, two little babies, Kfir Bibas and Ariel Bibas. They were taken not by Hamas. Some people mistakenly say that they were abducted by Hamas. They weren't abducted by Hamas. They were abducted by regular Palestinian so-called civilians. They were taken by civilians who took these children, who deliberately targeted and took these children and then brought them to Gaza, handed them over to a terrorist organization there. In this terrorist organization, as forensic evidence has now revealed after their handover, this is also the sickening thing here. Hamas, of course, did a whole thing again where they carried the dead bodies of these little children in coffins that they locked and didn't give the keys off to Israel. And in the coffins, they also placed Hamas propaganda. They paraded these coffins with victorious music, gave them over. Israel immediately started analyzing the bodies. And forensic evidence has now revealed that these little babies, this little baby, 9 months old, and the other little child, 4 years old, after they were taken hostage by these terrorists, who are not just Hamas, but all of them, they were strangled to death. So they were killed by these terrorists with bare hands, strangled to death. Afterwards, their bodies were beaten into to give the impression that they died under different circumstances, possibly as a result of I don't know, building collapse or something like that. But for a year, after murdering these two boys, these two babies, with their bare hands, they actually told Israel that they died in an Israeli airstrike. Then they dragged it out forever and ever and ever, and eventually handed over the bodies. And it turns out they actually killed these little children themselves with their hands. And these guys are still receiving support by some sick people around the world as a so-called resistance and so on. I can completely understand why Israelis here say we don't want any more peace attempts, we don't want any more ceasefire attempts, we want to go through and finish all of this once and for all. They also didn't even hand the body of the mother over, whom they also killed. At first, they handed over a wrong body. And they had to go through the process of delivering the actual body, and so on. We're dealing with sick barbarians, filthy, disgusting, and sick monsters. That's what we're dealing with. So anyway, that's that. Did Robert crank also? Why didn't he get sick? No cranking? Possibly, yeah. Yeah.
Robert did get sick.
He did get sick? Oh yeah, he did. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, we were gonna have This Week in Jihad on Wednesday, and he messaged me and said he was sick too. So
Oh, I'm glad he's sick. David, have you heard of the story of 70 Christians being killed in Congo?
yep. Which is weird. It's hard to find out about it since no one reports on it. It's weird.
Oh, I know where the reports on it. It's because it's Christians in Congo. Who cares?
That's the word on the street.
Eventually, finally, Fox News actually picked up and made and talked about it. So they said 70 Christians beheaded in African country by ISIS-aligned militants, groups say. World mostly silent. And what apparently happened is that they entered the church and found dozens of dead bodies of Christians inside the church. This was done by Islamists. And of course, all of those people complaining about Israel all day, who also act like they're Christians, have been very, very loud about this. Just kidding, they haven't been. They haven't been. Candace Owens didn't say anything about this. She's busy talking about whether Macron's wife is actually a man or not.
Yeah, well, that's way more important. So
way more important. Artie Wasserman, Jewark, you're sick. You're sick. That's true.
You sick in the mind?
If the Jews didn't worship Ezra, the UK would be better and gay people would survive roof bars in Gaza. This is the power of Lord Ezra, you see. This is true, unfortunately. That's what we're dealing with. Oops, I just clicked away Super Chat here. By Heroes Workshop. Heroes Workshop, I'm sorry.
very rude.
I'll find it. Ida, what's up, Ida? Ida is beast. Ida said super spreader of apostasy. Baba Carlo, thank you, AP and David Wood, for informing people. Should an ex-Muslim tell their Muslim family about their apostasy? If yes, how? Depends on who you are and where you are.
Yep, depends on the situation you're in.
Depends on the situation. If you have a family that actually can deal with it or that won't kill you, I would say, yeah, totally.
And if you're not in a country where you'll be killed and so on, then yeah, what you don't want to do is be in a safe country and you're just worried about upsetting your parents. And so you go on pretending to be a Muslim for the rest of your life just because you don't want to hurt their feelings.
Go to a safe place if you can and do it. Otherwise, if it's just going to be like a, I don't know, like an emotional thing, just do it.
Hey, there should be these big apostate reveal parties. We say, hey, mom, you invite your whole family over. Hey, we're gonna have a party for something special, and then you bring over your whole family. It's like, and then you rip up the Quran. And you're like, aha, this is what I think about your stupid book, and then you record everyone's reaction.
Hey, do you know this guy here?
Nope. Oh, is that Jackson Hinkle dork?
Yeah, Jackson Hinkle.
I couldn't tell. I just know that he looks exactly like Nick Fuentes to me.
This is Jackson Tinkle. He actually went to Lebanon right now to attend.
What a dork. Have you ever seen a guy who's like more desperate for any kind of attention than this guy?
No, I haven't. So Jackson Tinkle went to Lebanon to actually, and here he's waving a Hezbollah flag. He went to attend the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah.
How's this guy not going to jail when he gets
should?
Like, isn't this like supporting foreign terrorist organizations and so on? Isn't that an issue?
Yes, there is a law against providing support for foreign terrorist organizations, and I think him actually going over there, getting together with them, celebrating with them, sitting down and exchanging opinions with them and so on, actually counts as part of that. I'm pretty sure it even includes something like giving advice to these organizations or something like that. So him just going there and doing that should be a crime. And to be honest, I think that certain laws should change. I think if we don't have the laws in place in the U.S. and in Western nations in general, which would forbid somebody from celebrating terrorist organizations that are direct enemies of your own nation, these laws should be changed. Laws should be put in place. In the U.S., it should be a crime. It should be illegal to celebrate a terrorist organization that is an open enemy of your own nation and that has engaged in terrorist attacks against your own people and your own military. Are you going to agree with me, David? Or no?
No, because you're extreme.
Good. That's what I like to see.
What an ugly flag, by the way.
It's a disgusting flag. Here, the funeral is taking place. The funeral is taking place. What is it today? 80,000 terrorists from over 70 countries will gather at the Camille Chamoun Sports City Stadium in Beirut for Hezbollah's Nasrallah funeral, Sunday, 1 p.m. local time. Here are the coordinates.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
People are funny, man.
You're saying it's funny to joke about killing people?
That's pretty funny.
So, Baba Carlo, thank you, AP and David Wood, for informing people. Yes.
How many times you got to read the same?
Ayatollah Khamenei, Muslims, please stop cranking. You have to stop with the cranking. What are you talking about? What is cranking, man? No, AfD is winning on anti-cranking platforms. Pretty sure this is a new term that is pretty bad.
What is cranking?
No. Christian Theology and Apologetics says, are there any Muslim scholars, apologists you actually like? No.
The Urban Dictionary says, to be simultaneously engaged in the act of crying and wanking. And then they give an example of it used in a conversation. Hey, what's that noise? Oh, nothing. Sharky just broke up with his girlfriend, so he is cranking night and day.
So ridiculous. Cold Savage, huge fan of y'all's work. Please keep it up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. David, question to you: are there any Muslim scholars, apologists you actually like? I said no. So what's your response?
Any Muslim scholars and apologists you actually like? Well, we've pointed out they're ones that we would get along with, right? Because they don't seem to be evil scumbags. So it depends on what you mean like in the sense of agree with or what, Khalil Andani was a jerk to AP, and AP, to be fair, was a jerk to him and so on. But Khalil, I don't know. I kind of like Khalil. Khalil's pretty cool. Shabir's the times I met Shabir, and I've had like 8 or 9 debates with Shabir, but Shabir's always been super cool. Doesn't mean I agree with the points they're making or something like that, but yeah, some people are just different. Some people are, hey, I disagree with you, and I disagree with you on really important things, but I don't think you're some horrible scumbag or something like that. Tear jerk.
Isa is pretty good, says Go Toppy. Isa is good, but I also don't consider Isa a Muslim apologist or anything like that. So I don't consider the guy a Muslim apologist. But yeah, other than Muslim scholars and apologists you actually like, I don't think there is actually one at this point. I don't like any of them. Abraham Harp, actually, David, I sent you a link to. I don't want to say anything about it because I just want them to discuss it.
Oh, the Fareed thing? Yeah. Now that was interesting. Yeah, we might need to do a whole show on that. Dawa Wars. We might need to do a Dawa Wars show because now this is funny.
Dawa Wars.
Does whatever a Dawa Wars does.
And then we should do another about Dawa Wars. So
no, hey, if we can make some sort of topic Dawa Wars and Dawa Whores.
Yeah. It's the same thing, man. What are you talking about?
Be like, have Lily J on.
No, I would have Alidawa instead. So here we have Farid. Farid, who has blocked me. That's very funny.
Ah, very rude. Very rude for Reed. Just
Very
kidding.
rude.
I block people all the time for annoying me.
You don't block people, man. You don't block people. You don't block.
I block like 100 people a day.
You don't block people. So he actually has so he has been having a long fight with Daniel Hikikachu. Long fight with Daniel Hikikachu. Wait, David Wood is now David Wood is now banned in both.
Yeah, you see, we are winning. hey, you know what was interesting was right after that. Apparently, other people are having a similar issue because Mohammed Hijab said that he got stopped from going to Canada, and then he was having a problem getting to, I forget where, the Netherlands or something like that. But he went the legal route, and they let him in. So,
they shouldn't. They shouldn't. I think people who have who do like Islamist apologetics like that should just be banned from every single country and be forced to go to wherever the hell they came from. That's just that. So now here's the funny thing. So Farid here says in this quote here, I testify that I haven't met anyone. I testify that I haven't met anyone in the Dawah that is as deceptive as the pathological liar Hikikachu. Out of all those that I've refuted in the past decade, including atheists, missionaries, and innovators, Hikikachu is easily
the second place after Christian Prince. Yeah, what should instantly pop into everyone's mind right there is like, wait a minute. So he's talking about even like Christians and everyone else, and he's saying Daniel Hikikachu, when it comes to deception and being a pathological liar, he's saying that Daniel Hikikachu is second only to Christian Prince. Now, something should instantly pop into everyone's mind right then when they read that. So wait a minute, you're saying the apostate prophet, David Wood, all these guys that we can't stand. You're saying, Farid, that Daniel Hikikachu is more deceptive and more of a pathological liar than all of the Islamophobic bigots attacking Islam and attacking Muhammad and eating the Quran? All of them except Christian Prince? That's what should pop into everyone's mind, and that's what pops into all the Muslim minds as well.
So that also immediately popped into Daniel Hikikachu's mind, and Daniel Hikikachu said, this is Farid's testimony before Allah that I'm a bigger liar than David Wood, Apostate Prophet, and Sam Shamoun.
He even lied there. He spelled his name wrong. What's wrong with him? See, liar. He can't even write someone's name without lying.
Sam Shamoun. Google these figures and see how they have slandered, insulted, and vilified Allah and His Messenger. This proves what an outrageous liar and slanderer Farid is.
No, you're a liar. Well, you're a liar. Well, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a pathological liar. Well, you're an outrageous liar. Well, you're deceptive. Well, you're a slanderer. This is Dawah 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Dawah 2025.
You said call me liar. He has the same disease as Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, who claimed that all the Muslims of his era were worse mushriks than the Qurayshi mushriks. So, anyway, I can't read all of this girly crying here, but in response to this, Farid said the following. Despite those three being some of the biggest enemies of Islam,
big enemies.
So David Wood, me, and Sam Shamoun. So David Wood, Apostate Prophet, and Sam Shamoun. Despite those three being some of the biggest enemies of Islam, and despite me catching them manipulating evidence, misrepresenting, and making embarrassing blunders.
Hold on, pause.
What?
Do you recall him ever actually exposing us and getting something wrong?
No.
I recall him making a bunch of responses. What you don't understand, and then him giving his Islamic take on something. But I don't recall him ever actually catching us doing anything.
To be honest, I do remember one instance where he actually caught something that I got wrong, and then I also admitted it to him, and also admitted it and corrected it. So. Yeah, there's at least one instance.
Okay. So you are the biggest liar in the world. Okay.
Yeah, I am the biggest liar. And making embarrassing blunders, I don't consider them to be pathological liars.
Ooh.
You are a pathological liar, despite you being a Muslim. So
Look at the next comment. He's funny. Fareed's funny sometimes.
Christian Prince is a pathological liar, and at the rate at which he lies exceeds yours. If you try hard enough, you might be able to take the number one spot.
He's saying keep working at it. Keep working hard.
So what he's saying is that Daniel Kikachu is a pathological liar, while David Wood, Apostate Prophet, and Sam Shamoon are not pathological liars.
We just accidentally get things wrong every now and then, although I don't know what.
Which means everything we say is true.
Mm-hmm.
It's powerful.
Isn't that amazing? Dawa 2025. Daniel Hakikachu, Fareed, Jake, all blasting away at each other for being pathological liars, and then rushing to the defense. You know why? You know why Fareed is defending us now? Because he saw me defend his prophet. He saw me defend his prophet against the Islamophobe Robert Spencer, and it melted Fareed's heart. Fareed said, you know what? Maybe these Islamophobes aren't all that bad. They are, after all, defending my prophet for me, because we're all scared to actually go and defend him.
I'm doing these voices when I read these guys' words, but they actually do sound like that exactly, right? And Fareed does sound like, despite those three
being some of the biggest enemies of Islam, and despite me catching them manipulating evidence, misrepresenting and making embarrassing blunders, I don't consider them to be pathological liars. You are a pathological liar despite you being a Muslim. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leak all your private emails where you express doubts about certain issues, and I'll leak them and expose them, just like I did with Sheikh Yasser Qadi, leading to the ultimate destruction of the perfect preservation of the Quran, so-called miracle, and causing thousands and thousands of Muslims to doubt their faith. That's what we do in Dawah.
If you push me even further after that, I might even reveal the privates that you send me after you get drunk on Camel Eagle.
And then I'm going to take some of the penis pics that Central Dawah sends around, and I'm going to expose those as well. Hey, little side note.
Yeah.
What I was just mentioning earlier.
Yes.
About the psychological effects of what's going on in the world, leading to further division, people becoming more entrenched in their own groups, and more unquestioningly devout adherents of their own groups, and causing them to lash out against other groups to demonstrate the worth to their own groups. I mentioned that this is happening everywhere. It's happening among Christians, which is why you're going to see escalating tensions between Christian groups and so on in the near future. But here's the good thing. It'll be worse for these guys. Because at the end of the day, Christians are told, hey, if you love Jesus, you're supposed to love each other. You're supposed to love, you're supposed to be defined and characterized by your love for each other. In Islam, you're supposed to be characterized by your hostility towards everything you disagree with and everything that's wrong and so on.
We hate you.
And therefore, that same psychological pressure is going to cause this, and these guys are going to be at war. These guys, not these two in particular, but these guys are going to these guys will start killing each other.
Yes,
over this stuff.
That's true. And then Kikachu talks like, this is Fareed's testimony before Allah that I'm a bigger liar than David Wood, Apostate Prophet, and Sam Shamoon.
He starts off with, I testify.
Google these figures and see how they've slandered, insulted, and vilified Allah and his messengers. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is what he sounds like. So
And then he starts off with, "I testify." This is his new shahada. "I bear witness that I haven't met anyone in the Dawa. I haven't met anyone in the Dawa that is as deceptive as the pathological liar Daniel Hakikachu."
Yeah.
Shahada.
Here's Methodius saying it's ironic that nation which survived Holocaust is acting the same way just a few years later. Abdullah, why are
Yes.
you naming yourself Methodius?
Yes, isn't it crazy that the Jews, they put millions of Palestinians in ovens and burn them?
In the ovens. Wallahi, they put the ovens. Why do they? There are so many ovens. They beg bread for us. They give us all their food. Why do they do this? Get the hell out of here, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
shut up, Methodi. You sound like an idiot, man. You said, like, seriously, the same stupid thing that we've heard 900 million times over the past year and a half.
Yes, get out of here. Moron. Abraham Harp, a few live streams ago, I mentioned you guys should review Christspiracy, a documentary that claims Jesus was a vegan animal rights activist. Get the stakes ready, boys. Yeah. When I read the Gospels, my first impression was, oh, so he was just for animal rights and all that. Makes sense.
Yeah,
he was just angry at people because he was angry at the Pharisees because of all the meat they were eating.
Hey, is this Tarun's burner account?
I don't know. But there is actually such a film. I looked it up and I saw it. That there is such a thing. I just couldn't tell if it's serious or a joke. So. Silicate says, you seen that clip on Next calling for oppression of non-Muslims and covering up Muslim crime? Sick. Also, why all the terror recently? Not even Ramadan yet.
That is rough, man. We're a week away from Ramadan, ladies and gentlemen. And things everything that's going on seems to get worse during Ramadan. When that was in ISIS times, that was really bad because every year we were posting the Ramadan Bombathon, where we were keeping track of all the attacks during Ramadan and so on. Now things are a little bit different, but probably going to see more stabbings, more of the random attacks in Europe, because they believe that any good deeds that they do are multiplied during Ramadan, and therefore you want to do your good deeds in Ramadan. So if you want to die in a terrorist attack or commit a terrorist attack, it's best to do during Ramadan. And then after every single time it happens, we get the exact same response from journalists and politicians. Well, this could have been a real Muslim because it's a holy month and no one would stab anyone during a holy month. Not realizing that Muhammad launched entire military campaigns during Ramadan. Bunch of idiots.
I know I don't want to be petty, but here's the funny thing. I was just looking at news about Germany, about the politics. Then I see this here. By Politico, German election 2025, will the far right AfD break through the firewall and take power? And then I scroll down, and this is the picture that they put up of the leader of the AfD.
I'm surprised they didn't put a little mustache on her.
Alice Weidel. They just put this, and I'm like, wait a minute, did something go wrong? Am I zoomed in wrong? Is the photo just doing an error? But no, the photo is actually this. What is this? I don't want to be petty here, but what kind of photo is this to post? It's like, are these guys just being petty and just have such problems with
Politico?
The far right that they want to be as petty as this and just put a photo like this up here? Like, what's the game?
They should have gone even more and just had like her forehead.
Oh man. You seen that clip on X calling for how many times are you gonna read that? I have to look how many Crankland über alles in der Welt. How dare you? John Sausage says that's the Billie Jean.
Oh yeah. D.L. Colby is not my lover. He's just an angel that I claim he's Gabriel, but the semen is not his.
Mark Hunter made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sketch Therapy says Trump was a Democrat, so were Tulsi, RFK, Elon, Joe Rogan. New Conservatives are Big Tent Party. Against global immigration, communism is AfD Big Tent. And communism. Yeah. AfD Big Tent. Is AfD. Yeah, in a sense, yes, they are. In a sense, they are. In a sense, yes, they are. That's all I can say. In a sense, they are a kind of big tent party that collects lots of people that are upset and that want to go into a new direction in Europe and Germany. That's what they do.
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 Arctic Base says left-wing Norwegian media actually called AfD's Alice Weidel a lesbian Führer.
That's kind of funny.
Really? That's funny. I gotta find that. She is lesbian, but she's based. She's based being. That's what she is. That's the funny thing. She is apparently her partner is a Sri Lankan woman, and at the same time, the AfD is called a racist Nazi party or something like that. And they are led by Alice Weidel. It's kind of funny. Fatwa, UK Labour banning end cloud encryption for Apple users after initially being denied backdoor access. Real surveillance state Orwellian type stuff. Really? That's funny. Well, UK is lost. What can I say? You want me to say it again? Ari was mein Mojob. München is now Mecca. AfD Juden über alles in der Welt. That Jewish expert in the chat, I actually wanted to listen to something here that happened. You remember that whole conversation between, since the elections are tomorrow in Germany, the conversation between Alice Weidel and Elon Musk. Elon Musk, Alice Weidel. Let's see. There she said some really, really harsh words. Some real harsh words.
Weidel, Alice, Weidel, Alice.
Alice Weidel.
Alice Weidel.
Welcome, Alice.
So let me see. Let me find that. She talked directly about Muslims and Jews. So let's see this here. Let's see.
Who are doing this then because they are just following.
Let's see.
Don't have that feedback loop, so your rocket may explode, right? But here in this critical phase of this terrible war in the Ukraine, many people may die due to this stupid.
Well, let's touch on some maybe potential what people may view as hot button issues. Like,
sure.
What are your views on Israel?
Oh, very complicated. The more really, like the more I read about the Middle East and the situation in Israel, the more complicated it gets. And to be honest, I wanted to ask you about a potential solution because, to be honest, like in my humble opinion, I don't see a solution. So maybe Israel have to find some alliances with the Sunnis.
She has such a strong German accent. Yeah. It's very powerful.
States, maybe if possible, to be honest, from my point of view, like from my perspective, it's a very complicated situation, and I don't, I'm not this person. I'm not a politician. If you ask a question that I do this, blah, blah, blah. I really say what I think to do honest politics. And to be honest, I don't know. To be very frank, I don't know how to solve the conflict at this point in time? And I hope maybe you have an answer on that.
Black Angel said I didn't like her answer here. I initially also didn't like it. I still think it's kind of insufficient, but she actually Elon pushes her now, and then she goes into it further. So
sorry for being dissatisfactory, but it's so complicated, and I want to give prudent answer. And in case of Israel, I don't know how to resolve this conflict, to be honest.
Well, I guess maybe another way to say it is, do you unequivocally support the existence of the state of Israel?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's what people want to know.
Yeah. So, ach so.
And come ask some questions that maybe seem very obvious, but
no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Now I see why this question. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we need to protect the existence of Israel, and we need to protect not only the existence of the state of Israel. I also
pretty weird how Black Angel has a problem with that, and so I guess Black Angel doesn't support the right of Israel to exist.
Yeah, Black Angel is like, we have to destroy Israel.
Yeah, you see that? So Alice Vital here's, hey, we have to support Israel's right to exist. And Black Angel, no, we must not ever support this. I hate this response.
Yeah, she says we have to protect Israel, and Black Angel is like, oh, I don't like the answer.
Benjamin Netanyahu have made many mistakes in the past, to be honest. But we also need to take our responsibility as a German nation state to protect Jewish life, Jewish people in our country who are exposed right now to Muslim crime, right? So they are not safe here anymore. So
she directly said Muslim crime. So that sounds very, very Islamophobic.
Yeah, if you have to say anything, say radical Islamist crime.
She directly said Muslim crime. It's like, and like saying something like this in Germany sounds very, 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 very problematic. You know, people will be like, "What? How can you say that? How can you say that?" But she just right there just said it, Muslim crime. She said Muslim crime, and she says that they. This is called a Nazi party, by the way. People accuse this party of being a Nazi party. She comes out here and she says we have to protect Jews in Germany who are being threatened by Muslim crime.
Hey, wait a minute, AP. Wasn't that the opposite of what the Nazis did? Didn't they want to side with Muslims in exterminating Jews?
Yes.
Hey, that's weird. They're calling her a Nazi for being the opposite of a Nazi? Huh.
Yes.
Weird. It's weird stuff.
Interesting.
So I don't know if you saw some videos here of the streets of Berlin. I'm right now in my office in Berlin, but like with all these demonstrations of the Palestinians here, well, a Jew could not walk through the street anymore, right? And we have a huge potential of anti-Semitic crime against the Jewish people. And to be very frank here,
To be very Anne Frank.
the AfD is the only protector, and I'm saying that like very frankly. The Alternative für Deutschland, the AfD, can only be the only protector of the Jewish people within here in Germany, because the Uni Party, all other parties, they did exactly the opposite. They let like millions of people in. They let them do crimes on our streets, like the crime rate are skyrocketing, and so the Jewish people, they leave our country. When I talk to my Jewish friends who live in Germany and in Switzerland and in France and in Austria, they were very afraid after the Hamas attack on the 7th of October, because they were afraid that they would likely to be attacked by
Yeah.
Palestinians, by Hamas supporters, or by the Antifa.
So this is basically it. She and her party say that there is a Muslim problem, a problem of Muslims committing crimes and also threatening Jews, and our party wants to take care of this problem. But they're called the Nazis here. I'm sorry, but this is not Nazi stuff. The Nazis would rather be those who were let in masses to do all the to threaten Jews. I've been in Berlin just recently, and I have talked to quite a few people who have expressed the very same thing. There are certain places in Berlin that you can't go. You know what the funny thing is? I had this funny idea. Now, after the day that I got detained at a pro-Palestine rally for describing these people as Hamas supporters,
Shame on you.
I had this funny idea of putting on an FUCK Hamas thing and going through the very Arab-dominated neighborhood in Berlin, which is Neukölln, and just filming that and doing a video. And
I'll do that. Hey, if you want to do that, I'll do it with you. We'll both wear those shirts. We just need a couple people that are going to get video footage of us getting the crap beat out of us.
I have been told by every single person that I asked, including by politicians, by left-wing, right-wing, center politicians, and so on, by every single person that I asked there, they all said, you shouldn't do that. That's a very bad idea. It's dangerous. You're going to get beat up or worse, because as soon as you walk through there and you have something like this on, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's a terrorist organization. It is a terrorist organization. It doesn't matter. You have people there who support this terrorist organization. Lots of people there, probably most of those who are problematic in there, will support the terrorist organization. And as soon as they see you enter with something provocative like that, they will have their ways of signaling to each other. There are already gangs in charge of certain neighborhoods, and you will have in no time people surrounding you and threatening you and possibly beating you up and so on. And it's just incredible, man.
I'm willing to risk it.
I still wanted to do it, but I thought I already got detained, and it wasn't very, very nice for my family here, so I didn't want to go further and do that. For
a while, I've been planning the. Although it doesn't work, it won't work quite as well anymore now that Andrew is such a freaking. He's being thrown under the bus by his fellow Muslims and so on. But I wanted to do the Andrew Tate blasphemy challenge, where he said that you couldn't walk from one corner to another corner in London with a shirt that says Muhammad was gay. You'd be dead before you reach the end of the corner. So I wanted to get a shirt that said Muhammad is gay on the front, and on the back it says the Andrew Tate blasphemy challenge, and just record myself walking from one end of the street to another, but like in a Muslim area. And if they beat the crap out of me, they beat the crap out of me. At least we know. But my point is, I think I would survive it. I think I would survive it. He says you'll die, so I was going to actually put his claim to the test.
That's a funny challenge, because no matter what happens, if you die or if you survive, it is still a dunk on Islam and Tate.
Yeah, we can't even do that anymore because I'm not allowed to perform my scientific experiment. Anyway, hey, I glanced over at Twitter. And Elon's most recent tweet is AF Day with a bunch of German flags. AF Day with a bunch of German flags. And then after that was from RL, Rashawn Lewis. Rashawn Lewis, he tagged you in it. But it said, question to all. Are you a rabid anti-Semite and still believe in a Jewish man named Yeshua as God incarnate, as human? If yes, congratulations. You're an Orthodox Christian. Did you catch that? He said, are you a rabid anti-Semite and still believe in a Jewish man named Yeshua who as God incarnate? If yes, congratulations. You're an Orthodox Christian.
Who said that?
Rashawn Lewis.
Why would he say that?
What?
That sounds very racist.
Pretty funny.
That's very racist.
It's funny. It's funny what you start. Now you started everyone making fun of the Orthodox guys for being anti-Semitic.
No, it was kind of going around anyway, and it was kind of getting out of hand. And I see lots of Orthodox Christians trying to counter that and trying to say, hey, what the heck is this?
Well, they need to. It's
Stop that.
embarrassing.
And to be very honest, I mean, from my observations as I see it, there is no actual Orthodox Christian trend of hating Jews or anything like that. I don't see it among actual, real, religious, church-going Orthodox Christians. It seems to be an online thing, and I wonder if it is just, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but I wonder if it's just some influence by certain state interests that is doing this,
Or
whether,
is there like the Orthodox version of the Groypers?
something like that.
The Groypers, they're like Catholics and so on, but like most other Catholics don't like them.
And with Groypers, the thing is also that they are retarded, and that that they are usually not religious. Like with the Orthodox, with the Orthobros, what you see is that they actually try to be religious people. With the Groypers, it's just a bunch of guys pretending to be Catholics but having nothing to do with religion at all, and then just making it all about hating Jews. With the Orthobros, it's quite different. And as I said, there are lots of online Orthodox Christians who are very, very, very cool and very nice. I follow some of them. Very based, but there is this problem that is going around, and I am not sure where it's coming from. One explanation is that it's just a bunch of guys going online and just I don't know, thinking, yeah, I want to be Orthodox. Orthodox seems based, very based, and then going this whole dumb route. The other might be just state influences. I don't know. Could be Russia doing things. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. Because I get responses from lots of real, actual Orthodox Christians condemning this kind of stuff and saying we see the problem and it's really bad. I don't know. Dimitris Zahariadis says, as a Greek Orthodox, I can tell you it's far right people who adopt Christianity because they see it as traditional. The actual churchgoers don't adopt these insane views. This is kind of my observation as well. But
well, I don't know. That archbishop seems like an actual churchgoer. So,
but then he's also Palestinian. They're all problematic.
Yeah, and again, as far as Greek Orthodox and a lot of the several of the people we saw at the Holocaust Museum on the wall of people who actually protected Jews during the Holocaust and so on. There were multiple Greek Orthodox leaders up on that wall of people who actually put their own lives at risk to protect the Jews in their area.
Yeah, I think historically Orthodox Christians have also had a better history with non-violence against other groups, including Jews, compared to Western Christianity, unfortunately. So it's kind of weird to see this current trend going on. I also blame it on Russia. I just don't like Russia's influence on things.
Russia ruins everything. It's like Russia is like Islam. It ruins everything it touches.
I'm sorry to say, but Russia has had lots of. I mean, these are things that people need to talk about. I as I said, this is not an attack on orthodoxy or anything at all. I have lots of respect for the ecumenical patriarchate in Constantinople at Greek Orthodoxy. Lots of love for them, actually. I do. But with the Russian Orthodox Church, has a history that is not very nice, and that also was engaged in. At the beginning of the last century, of the 20th century, they very much engaged in supporting and platforming and amplifying the pogroms against Jews, for example, among other people. And it was actually religious Russian Orthodox people who started spreading this whole conspiracy of the secret protocols of the elders of Zion, which is just complete garbage. It's a lie. It's a forgery made up to depict a supposed Jewish world domination or something like that. Like this kind of stuff started out there, and it's a very, very bad history. So I don't know. But I have lots of respect for Greek Orthodox. That's that. That Jewish expat in the chat said, AP, loved your interview with Irfan Pizzi. That was just posted today on German YouTuber channel. Great insight about Turks in Germany versus Turkey. This is true. That was a good conversation. I would like to have that actually subtitled and published on my channel as well. Inshallah, soon. Peace be upon me. Agree, AP. Church leaders in Middle East are dhimmis. This is very disrespectful. Yes. Very many of them seem to be, unfortunately. This is also what my tweet was about earlier. And I know that some people want to kind of see it all as an attack on them or their communities. But hey, if you have a problem, we should talk about it. People talk to me about Christianity, and I want to look at Christianity, and I want to look at Christians and talk about it. And I want to be very honest. I have been very, very Christian over the last month or so. But I have problems with certain political things here. And I said, when did it become a widespread Christian thing to be subservient and to shame those who fight back against invaders and terrorists? And of course, David 100% agrees with me here, as you can clearly see. But my point here was one of those things as well. Like that was one of my points, which is that in the Middle East there is a great there is a trend among Christian authorities who adopted this whole spirit of just being quiet and keeping a low profile and not offending the Muslims and just being like, okay, let's just go with it. Let's just do whatever they say and so on. Like I looked at reactions on October 7th. Reactions that churches had to the terrorist attacks by Hamas. I saw that most of the churches, bishops, and so on, they reacted to it, but they were all afraid to say the names. Like they issue, except for those inside Israel who are safely inside Israel. So you have reactions from churches inside Israel who are directly condemning Hamas and the terrorism and so on and calling them out. And then you have those outside who are usually in Muslim territories. They say, like, in response to Islamists on October 7th committing horrendous crimes against humanity, their condemnations were like, we condemn this attack on human lives, and we wish for peace, and we call upon the state of Israel to do this and this and that. Like, nobody mentions Hamas. Nobody mentions any Palestinian terrorist organizations. Nobody mentions any of these things. It seems like you can talk about Israel because Israel will not kill you, but they don't want to talk about the Muslim terrorists because they are afraid of the Muslim terrorists, which can also be confirmed when you talk to certain Christian communities inside Muslim countries. They are terrified of Muslims, and apparently their church authorities are just keeping up that whole attitude of being terrified of Muslims. They don't want to call out Muslim terrorists because they are afraid of getting killed. And this is just kind of weird to see to me. Like, should it be part of the religion to be subservient like that? I don't know. David, what do you think?
Pretty weird and creepy.
Interesting. Wise words.
It is, but the serious concern. The serious concern is you can eventually, if you have a church that is always at risk of being attacked by a powerful group that is just waiting for an excuse to jump on them and so on, and then they start going down the path of constantly not trying to be offensive and so on. Well, guess what? I mean, that's kind of the situation that, like, the West is in right now, right? Like, the West adopted that idea of just whatever you do, don't say anything offensive to Muslims and don't ever be offensive. And don't do that. How does that work? Like, it's weird. I at least get it if you're a small Christian minority in a Muslim area and so on, and they could wipe you out. I seriously get trying to be not being offensive. I would also not want to be offensive in that environment. What's weird is where you have, like, Western nations where Muslims are a small fraction of the population and people do the exact same thing, which is weird and creepy. Like, you've got the entire world figuring out ways to submit to the ramblings of an illiterate 7th century Arabian caravan robber and pedophile.
Which caravan robber?
The one who molested a 9-year-old girl. Well,
You mean Muhammad?
Yep, that one.
Oh, this one here. The one who brought this book here. Oh, look at this. I just found this here. I'm sorry, I don't have a complete Quran with me right now, so. You see?
Hey, look, Karanagami, how to make a ball.
How to make balls. Yeah.
How to make Dia's balls.
All right. Church leaders, are you call aware? The Bible believing said, are you call aware of the Pope's Abrahamic faith family house in Abu Dhabi for Chrislam coexist one world religion? I do not know about that.
Sounds like a joke. Abrahamic faith family house. What?
Abrahamic faith family house. One World Religion headquarters set to open next year. One World Religion headquarters 2022. Abrahamic family house. What the hell?
A new world order.
What the heck?
One world religion, ladies and gentlemen.
Abrahamic family house. Abrahamic family house. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
Join our church, David. Join our church. We're based.
Abrahamic family house? Diversity in our faith, common in our humanity, together in peace. Unless you say something disrespectful about us.
And then we'll kill you in the name of the Lord.
About us. Let's see. The Abrahamic family house is dedicated to the pursuit of peaceful coexistence for generations to come. Our space serves to bridge our common humanity through the exchange of knowledge, ongoing dialogue, and the practice of faith. It's kind of funny that they called it Abrahamic family house, but it seems to be only about Islam and Christianity. Our vision for people to come together in peace, diverse in our faith, yet common in our humanity. Good luck with that, bro. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. The Abrahamic family house is rooted in the UAE's values of peaceful coexistence, diversity, and dialogue. Yeah, how about try leaving Islam and saying that why you left Islam in the UAE, in the United Arab Emirates. Look, I have respect for some of the differences that the United Arab Emirates has made, such as normalizing relations with Israel. I don't know, being more less supportive of Islamic terrorist organizations and so on, but it is still an Islamist state. Go say something. Go explain why you don't like Islam, why you left Islam there. Go do it. See what happens.
Yeah, go in there and say, Muhammad was gay. He was getting banged in his butt by Diha al-Kalbi. And then bring the sources. Bring the sources. And that's why he was covered in semen.
You don't even have to say that. You don't even have to be specifically disrespectful. You can just say, I left Islam because I think it is a violent and hateful religion. And I think that Muhammad, and Muhammad married a little child and, murdered and raped people and so on. And I can't accept that. Say this and see how tolerant they are.
Very tolerant.
See how tolerant they are.
They're like, oh, we embrace you because we're all brothers.
In the 7th and 8th centuries, there's also evidence of an ancient Jewish community here. Oh, cool. Gravestone written in Hebrew. Okay, I just don't understand one thing. Is inspired by concepts laid out in the document on human fraternity. I don't understand one thing. What is the purpose of this place?
I can tell you what the purpose of the place from an Islamic perspective is. See, from the Christian perspective, you're trying to show, we really love everyone. We want to get along with everyone. We want to work with everyone. From the Islamic perspective, it's, hey, this is something that Christians will fall for while we try to take over the world.
Yeah.
This is something that will keep Christians at bay and to make them think that they're building bridges with us when we're actually conquering the entire world. That's how this works.
But the bigger thing to me is, what exactly do people do at this place? Houses of worship.
They pat each other on the back for being so diverse and tolerant.
Eminence Ahmad Al Tayyib Mosque. That looks pretty gay. Although they do have the St. Francis Church. This is a church? What?
Yep. No cross there.
There's a cross up there a little bit somewhere. Look there. See? In your
Oh
face.
yeah, I see it.
In your face. How is this a church?
Based.
Moses ben Maimun. That is Maimonides synagogue. These places all look very gay. What is this, man?
Well, Maimonides had some good stuff to say about Islam.
This is a church. This is a synagogue. And this is the mosque. The mosque is the only place that actually looks different. Yeah, Maimonides, he said that the Muslims were the worst to the Jews. It's pretty cool.
Based.
That was a very big. I'm glad that they named it after him. La 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 la. It seems like a travesty.
They should have made the church the Charles Martel Church of Awesomeness.
It seems kind of like a travesty, but honestly, I don't know. After seeing this, I just don't know what to think about this at this moment. It's
thinking, super based.
It seems like a very stupid thing to do, but I don't know. I don't know what else to think. Our vision is for people to come together in peace, diverse in our faith, yet common in our humanity. Unless you say something bad about Islam. Our mission is to bridge our common humanity through the exchange of knowledge, dialogue, and practice of faith. Unless you criticize Islam. Our values are peaceful coexistence, unless you say something about our prophet. Inclusivity and the centrality of human fraternity, unless you don't like Islam. They embody the multiculturalism and diversity of the UAE, unless you explain why you left Islam. Where communities from more than 200 nationalities live together peacefully, unless you do something which we don't like. Huh, interesting. Cool. Pretty nice. Well, all the best, man. All the best. Wish you all good luck with this.
Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference. All the terrorism is going to stop now. Thank you.
Interesting. Hobocop, is that Orthodox priest aware of what happened to the Hagia Sophia, the greatest and most beautiful Orthodox cathedral, and who the perpetrators were? I'm sure that you're talking about the few Islamist extremists who do not represent most Muslims at all, who took over the Hagia Sophia and turned it into a mosque with the approval of Muslims around the world and so on. But I'm pretty sure that the Archbishop doesn't have to think about it as long as he gets his paycheck.
Yeah, and he knows if he just keeps saying how willing he is to sacrifice his parents for Muhammad, that Muslims their hearts will melt and they'll give the Hagia Sophia back.
Powerful. Who is worse, Putin, Stalin, Lenin, Hitler, or Trump? What kind of stupid question is this? Trump, of course.
Yeah, that's obvious. I'd go Stalin. Two-way tie for Stalin and Hitler. Couldn't stand either one of those dudes.
Definitely Hitler, but Stalin wasn't far off, I would say. Stalin was a horrible person, but Hitler was worse. Steve McLovin, archbishops and even church fathers can be wrong. Yes, they can be. Are you saying that John Chrysostom was wrong when he condemned people and all that and called them dogs? I don't know. That's pretty disrespectful. Sketch therapy. Orthos and Catholics got dawas. They contradict the gospel. Powerful. Razor's edge shaving. That Orthodox archbishop should be stripped of his position and exiled without hesitation.
That's a good idea.
I mean, that would be expected to be the thing that would be expected to do, but apparently nobody's doing it. So apparently they don't really care, which just makes me question the entire circus there. Look, I don't want to get into this too much, but here's the thing.
Don't say it.
Here's the thing. I just keep going down this rabbit hole, and I don't want to have this opposition. And I wanted to make a post earlier, and I thought, come on, just give it a rest. You just had a huge fight with people. Give it a rest for now.
No, you gotta say, battle has begun. Too late to turn back now.
Give it a rest. Give it a rest.
Battle has begun, and I'm here to win.
Don't do this. Don't do
Bros will be
this.
humiliated for challenging me.
Don't do this. But then I went into. Then I actually looked at at another instance of subversion, which comes this time not from an archbishop or just a regular priest. It comes directly from the patriarchate in Antioch.
Patriarchy. Yeah, fight the patriarchy.
The patriarchate in Antioch. And
patriarchy.
let me see if I can pull this up here right
Down
now.
with the patriarchy in Antioch.
Well, what would you think about this if you saw something like this from Western politicians, for example? I'm going to pull it up here right now. What would you think about this if you saw some behavior like this from Western politicians?
I would think
we all know what we would think about this. Let's pull this up here. So here is a statement made by the Patriarchate of Antioch in October, after the killing of Hassan Nasrallah. May death be upon him. And in fact, I can also just bring this up here to prove that this is actually from the Patriarchate of Antioch.
The patriarchy. Look, they're all men too. See that? Not one woman up there.
So the Patriarchate of Antioch. Here it is. So here is the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch and all the East. This is the statement made on 2024-10/08. So October 8, 2024. Statement of the Holy Synod of Antioch. With this and this and this and this and this and this and so on, the Synod Fathers express their great pain at the magnitude of the catastrophe that has befallen Lebanon as a result of the ongoing Israeli aggression. No, okay. Let's not talk about it. Aggression, sure, yeah, aggression, yes, that's definitely what it was. And the destruction of human losses it has caused, including the assassination of Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah.
Wait, hang on. The Israeli aggression, you mean after Israel sat there while these guys bombed them for an entire year?
Yes.
And then Israel finally decided to make them stop, and that's the Israeli aggression?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Now, I could have my problems with the whole aggression thing here as well, but whatever. Including so they are very, very upset about the assassination of Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and his senior aides. The guy's name is Hassan Nasrallah. Sayyid is an honorific title, which translates to something like master or lord or something like that, which is something that they use to point out how great Hassan Nasrallah is.
He is a master.
So the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate in Antioch actually issues an official message over how sad it is that the great master Hassan Nasrallah was killed by the bad, aggressive Israel, and so on. It gets even worse. If you think that this is really bad, it gets even worse. Even worse. Here is the thing. They published a statement both in English and in Arabic. In English to everyone else, and in Arabic to those who are in the region and to understand them in Arabic. So let's switch over to Arabic and let's see what it says in Arabic. Let's not auto-translate it. Let's keep it Arabic right now. So let us bigify it, biglify it. Where is it? Nasrallah. Okay, here. Here is the statement in Arabic. The statement in Arabic, especially the part pertaining to Hassan Nasrallah, for those speaking Arabic, they might have already seen it. The word used here, when it says assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, in Arabic, in the Arabic statement, is not assassination. It is martyrdom. It is martyrdom.
These are the guys we're supposed to follow, ladies and gentlemen.
Istishahad. It is martyrdom. In fact, let's have it auto-translated here by our dear friend Google into English, and it will tell us so right here. Including the martyrdom of Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and his senior aides. Martyrdom? Freaking martyrdom?
And no, this is especially messed up because Christians have a concept of martyrdom. Muslims have a concept of martyrdom. What happened to Nasrallah and his senior aides was it fit the Islamic definition of martyrdom. It did not fit the Christian definition of martyrdom. And yet Christians are calling it martyrdom, which means they're adopting the Islamic sense of you're a terrorist and you eventually get killed and you're a martyr.
It's just incredible, man. And I just really have lots of questions about this, and I want to ask those questions. Here's the phrase. It is directly this is a completely unnecessary, completely optional, deliberate use of the word martyrdom. There is no need at all to do this.
Yeah. So hang on. The point is, whatever they're trying to accomplish here, they could have accomplished it and shared a message and not said this.
Yes.
They could have made whatever point they're trying to make without calling a bunch of terrorists martyrs, without a bunch of Christians calling a bunch of terrorists, Muslim terrorists, martyrs.
Yes.
But they did it anyway.
Now, here's the funny thing. Once again, I have lots of respect for the Greek Orthodox Church and Patriarchate. In fact, tomorrow is Sunday, and you know what? I'm actually going to go to Sunday service.
Yeah, you're gonna
get the church service.
Could have get the crap beat out of you.
I'm going to go.
You heard what you said.
I'm going to go.
We saw your live stream last night.
I'm going to go to an Orthodox church that is under the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate, and attend the Divine Liturgy. That's what I'm going to do.
They're going to tell you to get up out of there, saying that you're not welcome.
But my point here is, what the hell is with all the... How deep does the rot go across these communities in the East? And who is going to do anything about this? I saw some people go and say, well, no. When they say martyr, what they mean is that just, it's just martyrdom, just, it's just... in the Middle East, in Arabic, it's just a word they use for somebody who dies for a certain. No. One thing is true: martyr, shaheed, is something that Islamists or Muslims use for their fellow Islamists when they die for a good cause, by their perspective. It's also something that for example, leftists or communists use for their fellow communists when they die. They call them martyrs in the Middle East or in Turkish and other places. Okay, yeah, we get it. What in the world does that mean for Christian? Why in the world does a Christian religious authority have to adopt this language and then actually refer to an Islamist terrorist as a martyr? What's next? Are they gonna canonize him? Are they gonna call him Holy Saint Hassan Nasrallah? Are they gonna put icons of him inside the church? Is that next? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. God. Disgusting.
Ramadan's, we just mentioned Ramadan's in a week.
Yeah.
That's my favorite month, man. That's my favorite month to make fun of Islam.
My favorite time of the year. Ayatollah Khamenei said, screw for the Bishop Hana, no more Arab nationalists, queer, Greek Orthodox, love AP.
Oh.
Soldier of Christ, Pope is Antichrist, and God's wrath is on him. Listen. I have lots of respect for the Pope and for the Vatican and for Catholicism. I'm not sure what to say at this point about any of that stuff. I see what people mean, and I hope that the Catholic Church doesn't go down this route further. But yeah, Bible believing said Fox's Book of Martyrs tells a lot about Rome. Alhamdulillah. Average online Ortho bro says, you're gonna get humiliated, boy. Me strong. We got short kid to whip you into shape. Our archbishops have the best beards. Shut up.
That is powerful.
Ari Wasserman and Candy as why do Christians exercising their right to free speech and condemning Israel's killing of non-Jews always meet with persecution? That's what she would say. Desong, if a church draws their lineage back to Christ but not their teachings, then I couldn't care less what they say. Luke Lang, AP, have you seen the YT supremacist CN Corey Mahler? If it's not a real rabbit hole, he was actually excommunicated from the LCMS Lutheran Church. Who is Corey Mahler?
Never heard of that.
Corey Mahler. When you say white supremacist, I read it as a YouTube supremacist. So
That's what I read it as too, and then I had to pronounce it.
Upsies, Jay Dyer is a joke, and so is Catholicism.
Whoa,
Man! What is this? You're insulting both Jay Dyer and then also Catholicism on the other side. Just follow Jesus and shush. Did your grandpa? Did what grandpa? Please wear the did with grandpa. I need to get bricked. I don't agree with much of the criticism and dismissing of the traditional Christian denominations, and I think that they're kind of cool and get lots of things.
Yeah, me too. The core idea is, guys, get your act together, then come tell me to join your church. Get your act together, have people who don't seem completely insane running the show, and then come tell me.
And I don't have any problems with Jay Dyer. I had a very nice conversation with him yesterday.
Nope, seems like one of the top defenders of Christianity against like dealing with objections and criticisms of Islam and so on. So
he's a very solid
smart guy.
He's not Catholic, by the way. He's Orthodox, so that's why I'm kind of confused about this comment. But he's a very smart guy, very knowledgeable, and he's good and all that. But yeah, my problem is mainly with how these communities are right now acting, or some of them are acting. PBUM, may my dog and cat be sacrificed for you, Ya Rasulullah. Maximus, you don't defrog an archbishop over political statements. Not how it works, AP. Well, it should be how it works.
That's what we're talking about. I mean, we would regard. I mean, if you want me to think that you are a complete lunatic who has no business running a McDonald's, let alone an area of the church, just start saying the sorts of things that dude did.
I can bet that if the archbishop said, for example, that he completely supports Israel, the state of Israel, and condemns all kinds of Islamic terrorism and so on, he would be out in no time.
Yeah. So I mean, think about what you're saying. Political statements. What was his political statement? May my mother and father be sacrificed for Muhammad.
That's blasphemy, man.
That is pagan. That is absolute pagan nonsense, right? That is idiotic pagan nonsense. That is pagan worship of Muhammad. So what you're saying is, you don't defrock an archbishop, no matter how pagan he is, and even if he's adopting Islamic paganism. So guess what? He could say, and I'll show you how much I don't like these Jews, and I'm going to take the pilgrimage to Mecca and kiss the black stone. And you'd be going, oh, it's just a political statement,
Yeah, it is disgusting. And as said, I wouldn't want to be a Christian under the authority of that archbishop.
That's what I mean. I couldn't be.
This actually puts people's lives in danger, and also teaches a whole subservient attitude to other Christians in the face of Islamic terrorism and violence.
Not a good message.
So, with all due respect, that guy is a bastard, and he should be kicked out. And I have no respect for the guy, and he should be removed.
Very rude. Very rude.
And I would even say I question every ounce, every bit of his claim to be a Christian when he goes and praises and walks with and praises Muhammad.
Yeah, it almost sounds like he's really a politician set against Israel who's using a position in a church to lead other people down the same road. That's what it looks like.
So F that guy. Anyway. Hello, Edie. The most awful things said to me online as a Jew have been more Orthodox than even Muslim. Even death threats. They say I'm of Satan. They say they're the true Israel. No disrespect to your wife. I do like her. I know this is a problem in the community, and I see lots of people addressing this, unfortunately. The funny thing is, when I point this out, then when I point out the problem here, I get attacked for questioning this. This is just one of those issues, you know. Japister, one helpful thing to do is I just started blocking everybody who responds to me with the regular bullshit about Jews, Israel, Zionists. Get out of here. I don't care who you are. I don't care about your like, this is one of those things that I get. We talk about Israel, and I talk about how Israel has a right to exist, and then I suddenly have people like cockroaches turning up and saying, it's not the true Israel, the biblical Israel. Dude, this is not the conversation we're having, you idiot. Blocked. Japister, there are Orthodox saints who affirm the protocols of the elders of Zion. I'm not Ortho. In all honesty, can you give me a name for those, Japister? Because if they actually like, I know that a certain religious Orthodox guy was involved in spreading the protocols of the elders of Zion, and in fact, I mean, if somebody spreads such a lie that leads to killings of pogroms, mass killings of an entire group of people, Jews here in question, that guy should not be considered good or holy or anything like that in any way or form at all. That guy is evil itself. That guy is a devil. Should not be considered holy in any way. But if you tell me, and if I actually find out that that there are canonized saints who supported the spreading of something like the protocols of the elders of Zion, that would be the tipping point, at which point I would say the entirety of that church can go to hell. Tesbot, hi guys, was told that Jews slaughtered Arabs when Palestine created and shot at UK peacekeeping troops. Any info? Complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. We have gone through the history lots of times. I want to at some point once again go through the history again. It was the Palestinian Arab side that later on adopted the name Palestinian. They weren't called Palestinians back then. That were the aggressors throughout the entirety of the conflict. They were the ones who initiated the wars. They were the ones who initiated the civil war. They were the ones who initiated the war against Israel, the extermination war. And to be very, very honest, anything that happened after that to that Arab community, they asked for it, basically. I don't care. Ayatollah Khamenei, Hamas smooched Yasser Arafat. He's a shameful sacrifice for the Jerusalem Arabs because the Greek patriarchate is afraid of Muslims and Palestinians. Wait a minute. Did he do that? Did he do that too? Hana Arafat. Is that him? Did I see a thing in the past where he actually smooched Arafat? Was that him? In fact, there was a video. Oh my god. Oh no. David.
What?
David.
What?
David.
Yes. Gay. Wait, you're telling me to join a church of dudes who are kissing Yasser Arafat right in his... I mean, he's the ugliest dude who's ever walked the planet. Looks like if there was an actual human troll, like, I mean, I don't mean a troll in the sense of like internet troll. I mean an actual like troll. It would be Yasser Arafat.
To be fair, you don't have to join the church of this guy, but
yes, join our church and we will go grab every terrorist we can find and smooch him on the mouth.
Is this like what am I going to get as a response to this? Is it like, no, this is just
it's extremely based.
No, this is just
those are some manly kisses there.
It's because Israel bad. Israel bad. That's why he's kissing him. Please, man. Ugh.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Seriously, what's
Arafat
wrong?
looks like he's trying to pull away. That's kind of like
This is the very
sexual
same
assault.
guy.
That's sexual assault, man.
This is the same guy. It's always the same guy.
We're
The
supposed to
Archbishop
go along with that.
Archbishop Hannah Atala of Sebastia under the Jerusalem Patriarchate. Always the same. What the hell is this? What's wrong with you people? Easy peasy says, Sola Scriptura, the reason why so many denominations in Protestant Orthodox has a chain through apostolic succession, the Archbishop is messed up. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. And I do see problems with the sola doctrines and with the whole sola scriptura and all that. And David is going to be like, no, how dare you insult my Protestant beliefs? Abu Bakr El Puff Daddy says, Catholic, yeah, I fully support Bible Christian Dawood and agnostic AP. Your teachings about the dangers of Islam are greatly respected by many Catholics. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I just find Catholics based because Catholicism has a history of fighting back against Islam when the others didn't. I mean, when the Islamic Caliphate came and conquered, they basically went over the Eastern Christian world like a lawnmower, and the Eastern Christian world was asking for help and begging the Catholics for help to come and save them, and the Catholics did brutally, amazingly defend themselves against Islamic invasions. In fact, if you can thank the Catholic Europeans for the fact that Europe is not Islamic right now. Of course, later on, the other guys came. Later on, the secularization came and basically said, "Hey guys, we you guys defended this land against the Islamic invaders. So now it's time to stop. It's time to open borders and let them all in." The Catholics were not like this. The Catholics were based. Unfortunately, they're not quite as based today, because they go and do dumb stuff like opening a holy Abrahamic family, or no, Abrahamic, what was that? Abrahamic family house. But Catholicism has a based history, you know. Taurun Touch, hey, did you all watch the
Here we go,
news
veganism.
about vegan India's got latent? Some kid named Ranvir said a dirty vegan joke, and then all of vegan India wants to put him in vegan jail. I haven't seen anything about this.
I just looked that up, what this is about. So on the show, Alabadia, that's Ranveer Alabadia, asked a contestant whether he would rather watch his parents have sex every day for the rest of his life or join in once and stop it forever. And so he's in trouble now. And this is what Tarun wants us to talk about. So first, Tarun wants us to talk about veganism every single show. And now we're supposed to talk about Ranveer Alabadia's terrible joke about parents having sex or joining in. Nice. This is what Tarun thinks about all day. And he wants us to comment on it.
Veganism and
this is what veganism does to your mind, ladies and gentlemen.
Amdit Sion said, AP, do you realize the Ethiopia, Abyssinia was fighting Islam for 1,000 years? I know, I'm not
That's
saying
true.
I cannot generalize and include the Ethiopian Christians in this whole thing. They have, it's kind of funny.
Kingdom of Axum.
If you look at a map of Islamic expansion, you will see that it kind of goes around the Ethiopian Christians, because they couldn't take them. They took the rest of Africa north of the Sahara.
Ethiopians went hard, man.
The Ethiopians were like, "You're not getting through this." But then the thing is also that your churches look kind of weird. You know, that's why. Sorry to say, I'm just kidding. Of course, much respect to your history and your beliefs and all that. Alhamdulillah. Viate Vistu, Protestants be like, let's just take out these books from the Bible without any authority to do so and form thousands of sects. This is true.
When did Protestants ever say we're taking these books out of the Bible?
Well, you know, they did get rid of they did change the canonization of the so-called.
No, that wasn't the canonization
of the so-called.
Nice try.
of the so-called I can't think of the word right now, man. My brain is kind of, those books that are not part of the Protestant Bible. Those other books. You have a lower number of books that are part of the Old Testament.
Yeah. And is that because we said, let's take these out, or they weren't in?
Yeah, well, there is a dispute about why
Exactly.
they were included and were not included in the first place. And the Protestants came in and said, there is a dispute, and we'll just go with the more certain way, right? I mean, that's basically how it happened.
Yeah, they went with the Jewish canon.
Yeah,
for the Old Testament.
The Jewish canon. Apocryphal. Why can't I think of the word, man? I used it so many times in the past.
Hey, that would be a cool name for like a Jewish, like an Israeli, like MMA fighter or something. The Jewish canon.
Yeah.
or for any of those, right? The Protestant canon.
Yeah.
The Orthodox canon.
There are some things about the apocryphal books, like not including the Maccabees and I don't know, some of the other apocryphal books in the Bible. It's kind of a strange thing to do. But then again, there is you probably know more about this, but there has always been, from the very beginning, a dispute about whether they are actually revealed Bible texts or not.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's not like you can say, hey, these are important historical documents, but you're saying they're not. This is not inspired scripture.
Yeah. Deuterocanonical, not apocryphal. Depends on your perspective in it. Aleris Verus, I'm an Orthodox Christian. F him and everyone who supports Islamists. Most of them are Russian puppets. Love Israel. Based. Now you will probably have people coming at you and saying you're not a real Orthodox Christian.
We're just going to have to divide the Orthodox Church and split it in two between everyone that's on the Greek side and everyone's on the Russian side.
Powerful. Applebaker Apostate Catholics Crusaders. Martin Luther sided with Turkish Sultan. However, let me say sorry, my Orthodox brothers, about the Fourth Crusade. That was bad. The Fourth Crusade was a disgrace. It was horrible. That's also where everything went bad, and that's also what led to the destruction and extermination of the Knights Templar. For which, what a shame. The Fourth Crusade was an awful thing. That said, Martin Luther himself was an unforgivably horrible person. So. I'm just attacking everyone today, man.
AT's just attacking all directions. Put up and attack in all directions. You know what it reminds me of? I watched this documentary on it was on the Civil War, and the historian who was talking, he said it's messed up because he said the two biggest geniuses in the Civil War were Abraham Lincoln and Nathan Bedford Forrest. Nathan Bedford Forrest is the guy who started the KKK. He was fighting on the on behalf of the South, but the guy was just a natural genius. He didn't have military training, and he would be using like textbook moves from West Point, like straight out of his own head. The guy was like a brilliant fighter. Anyway, he didn't think he got to this point where he was attacking he led cavalry and he was attacking in one direction, and then another army came up behind him and he was surrounded. Like, what do we do? We're surrounded. He said, split in half and attack in all directions. And I was like, that's like AP right now. Split up and attack in all directions.
Powerful. That's what I do. That's what I do.
Hey, what's up with this Turkish Protestants going on?
Well, I mean, Lutheran churches condemned much of Martin Luther's later writings and so on. So
yeah, this is the anti-Ortho Bros live stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we have to reserve the whole anti-Luther thing to a different live stream. Lord Stannis, I bet this guy even calls him Prophet Jesus.
And when Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, came to affirm that Muhammad is a true messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's when I realized we must destroy the Jews, as Prophet Muhammad said, peace be upon him.
Luther, more like
the rocks and trees will cry out.
Sir Jacob Prophet, for by grace are ye saved through faith, and not that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Ephesians 2:8-9. Powerful. Powerful. Ayatollah Khamenei, Archbishop Hana, who is a gay pally, can go straight to hell. He should. Skyscraper philosopher, as Gavin Ortland points out, RC and EO has historically held that people in all other churches are damned. Protestantism recognized Christians in all. Well, this is not the current position of the Roman Catholic Church, which basically says that that it is generally considered that that those who are within the fold of the Catholic Church are they don't even use the word saved, but that also there is, of course, salvation possible outside of it. In fact, the Pope recently just made a statement saying that I don't remember exactly what he said, but that there shouldn't be an effort to go and convert Orthodox Christians to Catholicism or something like that. So there are some attempts to just to change this whole thing, and in all honesty, Christians would be better off if they just stopped infighting and focused on reconciliation. The whole schism thing is a little bit weird.
Yeah, and again, as everything becomes more divided up, any group that can actually maintain unity and avoid infighting throughout this is going to come out with a massive advantage. With that said, I don't think Christians will be able to resist. I think they'll do better than other groups, but I don't think they'll be able to resist it.
Yeah.
The pressure's too high.
Yeah, powerful. Catholic are woke. That's kind of funny thing to say, considering that the Protestant world is leading all the gay stuff in the world right now. Apple Baker Help of Daddy says, these intramural spats between the branches of Christianity are like the apostles arguing among themselves. Let's focus on Jesus, the way, the truth, and the life. Powerfully said. In Kosovo, we put such people as Archbishop Hana on shish kebabs. Arctic based, all this archbishop monkey business chicanery has made the Pope breathless. This bishop continues because the people are retarded. Haj Rayyan al-Ghazlani said, Ashhadu an la I have to make this bigger. Ashhadu an la.
He bears witness.
Ashhadu an lat. Well, that's funny. Muhammad I can't read this, man. This is very funny. Jewel Duke, the Archbishop, is probably a Jesuit. Check out. No, not doing that now. Asa made love hearts. Thank you so much. Now I have to zoom out my screen again. What the heck happened to my screen, man? I zoomed out and in because of the Arabic, because it's always so tiny, and now everything is messed up. And Wyckoff said there is a strain of Jew hatred within the Orthodox and Catholic churches from the Middle Ages that still exists in some forms today. It can cause undue sympathy with the Muslims. Well, the Catholic Church is very, very has very openly condemned that, especially since the Second Vatican Council, where it was basically forbidden to have Jew hatred or anything like that. And they forbade it even in the 1500s already to say basically that the whole phrase, for example, the Jews killed, or Jews are responsible for the killing of Christ, or something like that. They dealt with that 500 years ago, but apparently it is just such a big popular thing that it reemerges again and again. So they issued in the Second Vatican Council a very explicit condemnation of anti-Semitism, but it still doesn't work fully.
That little bit of Arabic there.
What? Yep.
It's I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the Sharmut of Allah.
That's what it's.
I didn't translate Sharmut.
I caught it to the Allah, and I testify that Muhammad is. I couldn't see the rest. Okay, now that makes sense. Asa, that is truly an example of what Muhammad, Muslim's prophet, was doing during his reign. Vile. It is true. It is true. It is true. Mr. Monkey, hello AP. I am a Justinian. I'm Orthodox Christian and I support Israel. You retweeted me and Jedi called me a NATO bot and blocked me. In reality, I'm a university student and Jedi converted me. You are welcome to DM me if you want. I think, well, nice to see you here, first off. Let's pull this up. I saw your response. It's because I was called, I made a post. It wasn't even a very offensive post.
It was extremely offensive.
All I said was...
All Orthodox people are weaklings. Weaklings.
All I said was, I tweeted so much over the last few days, apparently. Where the heck is that now? I said that there's something deeply wrong with the online orthobros people. That's what I said. I specifically and strictly said online orthobros.
Yes,
didn't say-
all, in other words, all orthobros who have internet access.
Yes,
But he's not necessarily talking about anyone who's never had internet access.
that's true. That's true. I'm saying every single person actually who has internet access. So here's what I said. There's something deeply wrong with the online orthobros. And then people started coming at me, and
And you said, "Come at me, orthobro."
and then you made a post that I also retweeted, I believe. Was it here or was it on the other one? I don't know. Oh yeah, Jay Dyer attacked you then and said
Wait, he did? I didn't even see.
he called out your post.
Did he?
Wait, Justinian said, "I'm an Orthodox." Here. I'm Orthodox Christian, and I am truly sorry for the online Orthobro community. They do not
Wait,
represent
is he Justinian or Justinian? His
Justinian,
message here says Justinian, but his Twitter name is Justinian. So
He says, "I'm Orthodox Christian. I'm truly sorry for the online Orthobro community. They do not represent us. Many priests are upset over their racism and anti-Semitism." The thing is, I retweeted this because I also I saw that lots of other Orthodox Christians also said the same thing, and I saw that I saw even videos by some Orthodox actual religious people talking about how there's a toxic trend among people who speak in the name of Orthodox Christianity
they
and
will
so
be
on.
humiliated.
So, but then people, oh yeah. Jedi said
NATO pod.
fake profile. And I thought, wait a minute, he has a point because the profile has just a NATO thing on here, and it says joined February 2024. But the thing is, it's actually February 20.
Yeah, that's a year, man.
That's a year ago. So now I don't see the point. That's kind of funny. Anyway, that's what that was. But yeah, whatever.
Fun times.
Man, all I wanted to do was just comment on something, and now I'm in the middle of this whole thing.
Yeah, now you're in the middle of an orthobro war.
I'm not even in the middle. I'm out there somewhere. Eric Barlow, Caliph Umar wanted to cook out but ran out of charcoal, so he decided to use another fuel.
The Quran.
Oh yeah, that's true. Infinite Wonders, David Wood. I just saw that video for UK Dava guy, and yes, he's talking how child will see father castrated by Muslims and will inspire him to convert to Islam.
We're gonna check it out tomorrow. That's a good little topic because again, Elon watcher. Elon does seem to be picking up on the dangers of Islam, and that, my goodness, if I could pick one person on the planet to be calling out jihad and stuff, it would be Elon. He has a knack for. He just seems to like. It doesn't last long, but he'll just fixate on something, and then for like a month, he'll just be blasting away at it and stuff. And I would love to see that with Islam here.
This is the funny thing Steph brings up. AP was on one yesterday making fun of Trump worshippers. Trust me, bro, it's a rough one. This is true. Just the day before that, I was attacking Donald Trump for his claims about Zelensky. And then people started coming at me and fighting me over that.
Yeah,
I
know.
That, it's just, I don't know what I'm doing these days. Like,
yeah, you can't say anything you say, people flip out about. So every single any tweet you post on anything is like means you're fighting that day. Isn't that funny? This is what I'm talking about in the sense of like people always feeling like they're being attacked. Anything you say, you get blasted, and this causes people to delve deeper into some group that they're in, and then it becomes their protection from all the attacks against them.
I do tend to be a little bit blunt sometimes with certain things that I say.
Yeah, he says blunt. With most people call it rude,
without any regard for people's feelings.
Yeah, that's called rude and heartless.
That's kind of mean of me.
It's extremely mean.
But yeah, I did. To be fair, Donald Trump was lying. And, when somebody lies, even the guy that you voted for and supported.
Let's say exaggerated, and that's how he is in his defense.
Oh, he lied.
In his defense, he makes things up and exaggerates a lot. So What's the problem? Do we
that's
not
called
know?
lying.
Do we not know that about Trump? That if you annoy him, he just dials up rhetoric and makes a bunch of things up.
That's called lying to David.
That's called powerful rhetoric.
So he did lie about Ukraine and all that, and like you don't have to agree with him or disagree with him and all that, but he just lies, and when he lies, then you have to call it out. That's what they do. He said that and Zelensky has an approval rating of 4%. What are you talking about, man? I mean, you could say something more believable when you want to attack a guy. 4%. The guy has an approval rating of 55, 57% or so right now. What the? It's just so dumb.
He's talking about among in Putin's cabinet.
And the funny thing is, people started attacking me and like, oh, Donald Trump said 4%, and if Donald Trump says something, it's true. How dare you question God? And I challenge people and say, okay, can you show me evidence for the whole 4%? Please show me. Not a single person brings evidence. They all start attacking me about different things and insulting me. It's like, no, you can't insult Trump. We worship him in church. Okay, I get it, but can you show me evidence for the 4% claim? Can you show me evidence that he only has a 4% approval rating? No, how dare you? You hate America. You're a Democrat. We worship Donald Trump. We worship him. Okay, I understand, but can you show me evidence? No, we love Donald Trump. Okay, good. Tori Scott, in Alex O'Connor's new vid, he asked ChatGPT to draw a full glass of wine. So I asked him to ask ChatGPT to draw Muhammad. Much respect to you both. Thank you, Tori. Appreciate that. That's a good.
Yes, and that's a one. Why would he be having ChatGPT draw a full glass of wine? I don't know what the point is, but it would be funny if the request to draw Muhammad was hey, ChatGPT, draw a pedophile, and then it draws a cartoon of Muhammad.
Yeah. Christine Yan, please bring Brother Rashid Hamami. I'm sure he has a lot to share about this corrupt archbishop and many Islamist wolves in the church in the Middle East. Who is Brother Rashid Hamami?
That's Brother Rashid, man.
Oh, that's him. That's his name. That's his name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it's a joke. Okay. I did text him and ask him if he wants to join me to talk about this kind of stuff, and he did say that he's traveling right now or busy right now, but he will join me as soon as he's back. He does have some kind of stuff to say. He met the archbishop that we're talking about in person. He also responded and said, I met this archbishop in person and he's a pure dhimmi. So that's kind of funny. Jeremy Mott, I wonder if Israel knows who the woman in Shiri's first coffin is. I wonder too.
They said random like Gaza woman who died.
Because they don't
sent that back.
They don't care about their own dead bodies, so they just gave a random person over. Ein Berlin mit Berlin, great video with IP and Kaspa. Did you also? Did you also record a video with Faraz Khan or just meet him? I did record a video with him. Arya, Balochistan may possibly declare independence from Pakistan soon. They were being genocided by the Pak military since independence. Did you hear about this? No. Nobody cares about Pakistan. Who cares about Pakistan? David, have you ever heard of Pakistan?
Nope.
See? Cold Savage, Mr. Monkey is real. I know the guy in real life. You know a guy named Mr. Monkey in real life? That sounds kind of far-fetched, but whatever. Ayatollah Khamenei, Arabs kill children with bare hands. May that kiss be like when the Godfather kisses you. Beep, beep, MFers. Powerful. Anne Wyckoff, book recommendation, Christ on the Jewish Road by Richard Wurmbrand. He converted and spent 15 years in Soviet prisons. A brilliant man and a saint. YouTube videos of him exist. Who this? Richard Wurmbrand. Priest. Was a Romanian evangelical Lutheran priest and professor of Jewish descent. Interesting. We'll look into it. Marple says, why has a lot of the West recently just bent the knee to Islam? Well, you have to do something. I mean, because it's just the funniest thing to do, to bend the knee and to bend over while you're at it. Eric Serrano. Well, see, this is one of those questions that we basically just addressed, but I could talk about it for hours and hours and hours and lament on it. But do we really want to do that again? I don't know. David, what do you think?
Of course we do.
Powerful. Jackson Hinkle says Eric Serrano is so lame that he makes Mike Winger look like the Fonz. Joey Menezes, OMG, catching you guys on a live stream for the first time. Enjoy your videos. Thank you so much, Joey. Appreciate it. And we enjoy your super chat. Inspiring philosophy. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, IP man? You should be joining us here. What is this? Why didn't you invite IP on this live stream?
No,
you both better
he wants to do the Dawa War episode. A Dawa War episode.
You both better not do a Dawa War episode without me. Currently in NY, flying back to Arizona tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have a Dawa Wars episode.
Inshallah, soon. Go Tub, shout out to Inspiring Philosophy. Go follow Inspiring Philosophy, best channel on YouTube. Go Tub says the Dawa Horror is brought to you by David Wood.
The Dawa what?
Dawa Horrors. Man, thank you so much, Ephraim, for your super sticker. Appreciate it. Veritas says 2 Esdras 15 verse 28-33 really does sound like the Islamic conquest. What do you two think? Plus, what did your dad done? This is all for you, David.
What's your dad done?
Yeah.
28-33. Hold on.
What your dad done? What have you done?
All right. A terrifying vision of warfare. What a terrifying sight appearing from the east. The nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots. And from the day that they set out, their hissing shall spread over the earth, so that all who hear them will fear and tremble. Also the Carmonians, raging in wrath, shall go forth like wild boars from the forest, and with great power they shall come and engage them in battle. And with their tusks they shall devastate a portion of the land of the Assyrians with their teeth. And then the dragons, remembering their origin, shall become still stronger. And if they combine in great power and turn to pursue them, then these shall be disorganized and silenced by their power, and shall turn and flee. And from the land of the Assyrians an enemy in ambush shall attack them and destroy one of them, and fear and trembling shall come upon their army, and indecision upon their kings. Plus, what did your dad done?
Christian theology and apologetics burp. Good point. Silicate, Ramadan Ding Dong, 50 times Allah experience bonus. Fun. That's a good point. Rich S, I love both of you and what you do. Here's some pizza money. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Pizza money.
Split this for pizza.
Everybody loves pizza money.
Sketch Therapy says Politico US aid funded. Look it up if you wish. I believe it. Why would I doubt you? Unless you're
Liar! You're a liar!
Based Autistic, have you watched Central Dawa's video response to UAP? He conveniently edited your conversation with him. How polite of him, really?
Does anyone care about Central Dawa anymore?
Who is Central Dawa? Is that the guy who threatened me?
Yo, what's West Huff? Where you at? Where you at, West Huff?
Well, it's like this. Yo, West Huff, where you at?
If cringe were a person, it would be Central Dawa.
What an imbecile, man. I haven't watched anything that Central Dawa did about me at all. Dater Mr. 2D Dater today says, I heard the Quran says you should kill, torture black dogs, but is there something about strangling babies? Serious question. The Quran
in the Hadith. That's in the Hadith.
The Hadith.
And there are Hadiths just saying about killing dogs in general. But then Muhammad's followers complain and they're like, what are you talking about? We've got hunting dogs and so on. So then he allowed people to keep dogs for certain purposes, but other dogs should be killed and so on. But as far as black dogs, he said you got to kill black dogs because they're possessed by demons. The black dog is a shaitan.
They're killing the dogs. Oh boy.
Hey, and you know what's crazy, everyone, is what set off the whole dog killing thing was Muhammad supposedly had a meeting set up with Gabriel. Now we all know what the Muslim sources say about Dihya al-Kalbi. Here's what's interesting. Dihya al-Kalbi. Al-Kalbi means the dog. So Dihya the dog. Why'd they call him the dog? If it was mockery because he's scared of dogs, that would be interesting, because the story was Muhammad was supposed to meet with Gabriel, and then Gabriel never showed up to their private meeting. And so Muhammad was all sad because Gabriel didn't show up. And then he found out it was because there was a puppy in the house, and Gabriel does not like dogs. And so Muhammad ordered that all dogs should be killed. And so they said they started killing dogs until they were like even going out into the finding the Bedouins and killing their dogs and stuff like that. And a bunch of Muhammad's companions complained, and then the rules changed and so on. But yeah, black dogs are possessed and have to be killed.
They're killing the dogs. Man, as we speak, oh gosh.
Well,
as we speak, Robert Spencer is having a fight with Jay Dyer.
War. Ooh. Hey, that's interesting. They're both Orthodox.
Yeah. Damn. How long does this go?
Hang on. Let's see. Let's see.
Well,
this would be good. They're both super smart and know their stuff. So.
Further. Okay, where does it start? Oh, this is the one that you mentioned.
I told you, man.
Okay, this is the one
I told you. I told you about that. I told you what a war this was going to start, and you just ignored it. RL said, question to all.
Are you a rabid anti-Semite and still believe in a Jewish man named Yeshua as God incarnate as human? If yes, congratulations, you're an Orthodox Christian.
and then you, Jihad Watch, and your wife.
It's a little bit of an exaggeration here.
I know.
But
and RL knows too. But that's how you start off a war, ladies and gentlemen.
Robert Spencer said Christian anti-Semitism is fundamentally and profoundly incoherent. One, basic Christian theology. Christ died for our sins. It is our sins that put him on the cross, and his resurrection that that frees us from sin. As in Adam all die, so in Christ all are made alive. 1 Corinthians 15:22. All have sinned. Romans 3:23. Therefore all are responsible for Christ's crucifixion. Christian anti-Semites, but it's really the Jews' fault. Do they assume that only the Jews sinned and all other peoples were sinless? They'd have to for their Jew hatred over the crucifixion to make any sense. Take also Matthew 27:25, where the Jews say, as Jesus is condemned, his blood be upon us and upon our children. Christian anti-Semites insist that when... Okay, I'll read this further, but I have to say something about this. Insist that when Matthew 27:25 says that the Jews say his blood is upon them, it's a curse upon the Jewish people. This claim was, in fact, a staple of Christian anti-Semitism during the Middle Ages. Yet in Revelation 7:14, those who have come out of the great tribulation have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. His blood being upon these saints is redemptive and purifying. So why isn't his blood redemptive and purifying when it comes to the Jews? At very least, the idea that the blood of Christ is not redemptive but constitutes a curse is unsupported and indeed contradicted in the New Testament. It also seems to me at least to be repugnant to core elements of Christianity. The idea that the Jews are uniquely and singularly cursed is not a genuine Christian idea. The fact that so many Christians, especially Orthodox Christians, of which I am one, although that disgusts and appalls many Orthodox who would prefer that only Jew haters fill their ranks, are spreading this idea today. This idea today is reprehensible. There's one thing that I think always about this whole phrase here. Matthew 27:25, his blood be upon us and upon our children. I have indeed, just as Robert Spencer points out, some who walk around as Christians refer to this to basically say, look, it shows right here that the Jews are all guilty. But this is such a weird thing to say. It's such a weird thing to say. So here you have the passage, right? The judgment of Jesus before the crowds, not before the crowds as in Germans, but before the crowds. So why? What crime has he committed? Asked Pilate. But they shouted all the louder, "Crucify him!" When Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but that instead an uproar was starting, he took water and washed his hands in front of the crowd. "I am innocent of this man's blood," he said. "It is your responsibility." All the people answered, "His blood is on us and on our children." Now, there are lots of very, very strange-minded people who take this phrase here and say, "Look, it says here, his blood is on us and on our children." And what were those people? Those people were Jews. Therefore, Jesus' blood is upon all the Jews. This is a very, very strange conclusion to draw from these verses here. Because you're basically saying that because certain people stood there, a certain crowd made up of Jews stood there and said, "His blood is on us and our children," this automatically means that all Jewish people are cursed. So those people there said a phrase to get Jesus killed. And therefore all Jews, involved or uninvolved, forever, for all generations, therefore got cursed.
Yeah, no, that's a very weird thing to say, guys. If you think that's how God operates. Like right now, if I said, "Hey, if I'm wrong about this, then may God punish all my future children," and like 2,000 years from now, God's like, "Well, I mean, that dude did say it. He did say it."
And it is a crowd of Jews that is not attacking a non-Jew. It is a crowd of Jews judging a fellow Jew for something that they deem is unacceptable and deserving of the death penalty. Something that, and their accusation is that he called himself the Son of God, and this is blasphemy, and we demand that he be put to death. So this is not something that is not supposed to happen, but just happens because the Jews make it happen, because the Jews force their way to make something evil happen. It is part of the plan. It is meant to happen. It is supposed to happen.
And you even have Jesus saying, "Father, forgive them."
Yes, and Jesus himself is right there.
No,
saying,
but God will
"Father,
not listen
forgive
to
them.
that. He will only listen to them say this. He will not listen to Jesus.
Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do." And then you have people who hear and say, "No, how dare you say forgive them? How dare you say forgive them?
We will never forgive them. We will curse them.
How dare? Who is this who is saying forgive them?
Yes, we don't have to listen to this guy.
You're sick."
You sick in the mind?
So the gropers and the Jew haters and all that who say stuff like this are basically saying, "No, Jesus is wrong. How dare he say something like this? Who is he to speak? I know better," and so on. It's very, very stupid and very funny. Then you have the New Testament in Romans, which makes it very, very clear that that the position is not that Jews are altogether condemned and altogether fallen and altogether rejected, or anything like that. Then you have church fathers pointing out the whole idea of all having sinned and all being guilty in the killing of Christ and so on. And you have this repeated basically throughout Christian history, again and 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 again, because of people's insistence that it is the Jews who did this. And with authorities repeatedly saying that there is no collective blame upon the Jews as they are. As I mentioned, the Catholic Church repeatedly had this whole need to clarify this, and eventually put it into, after 2,000 years, I guess, put it out there as idea that everyone needs to get into their brains, that this is not what we do, that it is humanity in general. But some people still go around and use this kind of stuff to attack Jews. It's very, very weird. Not to mention Romans 11. Now let's go back. Yes, especially the verse that no orthobro has ever read, "For the gifts and the call of God are irrevocable." Sorry, Tabo, that's Romans 11:29. Yes.
I'm just looking. These guys are blasting each other, man. So Jay Dyer said, "Like a true boomer coward, he shrinks back with nothing but insults."
You're a boomer neocon.
Robert says, "You're very like your Dawa friends." Both you and they think anyone who refuses to debate you is a coward. You never consider other possibilities. And then it goes through the other possibilities. Maybe your nastiness and arrogance is so off-putting as to make further interaction unappealing.
Man. You try to trigger orthobros and admit you use it in a derogatory way. And
See what Rashawn Lewis did? It's like,
so here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that orthobros is not necessarily a derogatory term, is it? It's an online joke term about the online or chronically online Orthodox community, as opposed to the actual Orthodox Christian community. Let's see.
And it's something similar. A Calvinist, they call that. There's Calvinists that they call cage stage Calvinists. It's like when they start off and they're like super aggressive and going after everybody.
Let me look at Orthodox Christian Reddit to find out what Orthodox Christians on Reddit say about the term orthobros. This is funny. Can someone explain to me what orthobros are and why they are so disparaged on this site? It's the type of guy that wants to be a monk without ever having darkened the door of a church first. That sounds accurate. Orthobros are into orthodoxy like how gym bros are into working out, or how weebs are into anime, or their devotion is sincere, but they can be odious and cringy about it. Okay. I know like a 17-year-old dude who calls himself true Orthodox and a Tsarist, and he constantly rails against world orthodoxy and modernism and such. Only thing is it's entirely internet-based orthodoxy that he engages in. He's not baptized into our church, which he decries as satanic. Orthobros are people who found orthodoxy through heavily internet reading, often isolated by themselves on their own journey. Nothing wrong with all that. But they often never are part of a church, attend weekly liturgy, confession, etc. It is an internet-based zealot slur, essentially. So, okay, I get it. I see it. Guys who act like they're more Orthodox than you because they have icons and the general Orthodox aesthetic on their social media, which is their life. Okay, I guess inside the Orthodox circle, the orthobro term is kind of a derogatory term for pretentious online Orthodox people who are seen as not really being sincere Orthodox in real life. That's what it looks like to me. But now they're fighting each other. I love both of these guys, although I love Robert Spencer more, to be honest. So I don't know. I wonder where this will go.
Yeah, Robert's way cooler.
Robert is one of the most decent people that I've ever met on the planet on the face of the planet. Very, very, very decent, very, very good person. Oh, wait a minute. He mentioned me. What is happening here? Why did I come up? No, you lied and accused me of being a Jew hater because that's all you have. Ask Ridvan if I Jew hated in our discussion last night. You came unhinged over nothing and have nothing but venom. I tried to have a friendly discussion with you. You insisted, however, on being a jerk, and not just an ordinary jerk, but an ignorant, arrogant. What is happening, man? Where did this even start? Where did he call him a Jew hater?
Rashawn did this, man. That was brilliant.
I know, but
watch how I can tip these guys off.
To be fair, I have to say, Jay, when I talked to him yesterday, he was very reasonable on the spaces, and he also directly refuted and disputed lots of the things that the Jew haters themselves brought up. For example, certain things that I can credit him for. There were some people who came up and brought this whole dumb idea of, well, but the Jews today are not the real Jews of the Bible. They're not the Jews of the Second Temple Judaism. They're different. They're pagans. They're satanic, and so on. Jay Dyer actually said this is not true. This is not a position that we hold, and it's also nonsensical. The Jews today, the rabbinic Jews, are a continuation of Second Temple Judaism. That's what he said. I was very glad to hear that, because this seems to be a very popular idea among online dummies who pretend to be religious, who say, oh, the Jews today, they are satanic, different people with no connection. No. Jay says, we have always held that the Jews, as they are today, are a continuation of Second Temple Judaism. There was no loss of connection. They continued to be the same Jews. They just went a different way, and so on. Then arguments such as that Jews are forever condemned and so on. He said there is no such thing. Paul himself had the idea that there might be a future reconciliation or eventual reconciliation of Jews with Christianity. This is a completely biblical and reasonable view. as opposed to what these Jew haters like to present. And he also didn't call out Jews as particularly evil or anything like that. He didn't even have a big problem with the existence of the state of Israel or with Zionism and so on. He seemed very, very reasonable. So I can definitely not call Jay Dyer from the conversation that I had with him yesterday a Jew hater or anything like that. But anyway,
he is a Robert Spencer hater.
Yes. Anyway, man.
And since we like Robert Spencer, he will be a David Wood and AP hater as well.
Inshallah.
I just looked up MFW. It stands for My Face When.
My face when discovering Alice Weidel was a lesbo. Have some respect, man. That's your future leader.
It's the future leader of the German Empire.
Yes. She is a lesbian.
All Germany will be run by lesbians from now on.
But she is a based lesbian, so I don't have a problem with lesbians. And what I meant by that was not to say I don't have a problem with lesbians, only with gays. That's not what I meant, because that's what it sounded like. I know. That's not what I meant. Sivako, Israel could do a funny thing, cut off 8 during Ramadan and say they are helping the Gazans with their fast.
I'm going to steal that. I'm going to use that during Ramadan. I will not give credit, Sivako, just so you know. But I'm saying it here. If you want to pull this up and say, David Wood stole that joke from me, you can post it here.
Ayatollah Khamenei, Alice Wiesel's crowd nose betrays her limited crowd brain. Time to just munch on crowd. What is wrong with
What
you?
is this? What is this?
What is this anti-German
Racist and
anti-German racism here by Ayatollah Khamenei? I'm going to block you.
Yeah. Leave these Germans alone. They're sauerkraut and sausage munching Germans to themselves.
They call me Tim, says all of Alice's solutions sound like her final solution with that accent. Yeah, that's just you, because you associate German accents with Nazis.
Everyone does.
So that's just very rude of you, you know. Shane Johnson says, guys, I have been asked to meet with a local imam. I have a ministry in Canada that many Muslims have been attending, and their imam wants to meet with me. Should I engage with him? Any tips? What ministry? What is this? What do you do?
Yes, of course you should engage with him. Learn the Islamic dilemma, do a crash course in the Islamic dilemma, and ask questions about it. Any doctrine you can defend from the Bible that contradicts Islam, they're going to have to say your book's been corrupted. So if you know how to respond to the claim that your book's been corrupted and to turn that no problem about Islam, you win. And if you have Muslims watching the discussion, they're going to be shocked when you take the imam through what the Quran says about the Bible, and they will be sitting there wondering, why has my imam never talked about any of these passages before?
Why has my mom never talked about these passages? I thought that's what you wanted to say. Why has my mom never talked about?
Why has my mom and why has neither my mom nor my imam ever talked about these passages?
Ein Berliner mit Berliner says, if Germany messes up the election, which is not likely, of course, and you will start a crusade, please do it soon. Police, this was a joke. Please, no home search. Yeah, police, calm down. No home search of this guy.
Too late. Probably already busted through the door.
I still haven't received my letter from any court because I was detained in Germany on suspicion that I insulted somebody personally, which is, of course, a very, very bad thing to do. Aisha's Goat says,
if they send you that, you should just pee on it and be like, this is we're allowed to insult in America. In fact, here, let me show you what I think about your little summons.
Yeah. So Aisha's Goat says, yeah. Which means, do you think Andrew Wilson actually wanted to debate you, or was he just competing for the best death threats award? I think he wants to debate me. No, he actually he said yesterday that I refused to debate Orthobros or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about, man? I'm not refusing to debate anybody.
Orthobros will be humiliated by the apostate prophet.
But There was a little joke about him saying that he gets better death threats than I do, which is of course garbage.
That's stupid.
That's stupid. And if you claim that you actually get better death threats than I do, come and fight me in a cage. But thank you, Aisha's good. I appreciate this. Appreciate this very much. The AK Crusader. I did say to James that maybe we should arrange a debate between him and me. That we should have a debate on who gets the best death threats. The AK Crusader. Hey AP, there's a new Muslim YouTuber who's British doing Muslim apologetics. His name is Lorenzo Hamza. Is he a rapper? Lorenzo Hamza. Lorenzo Hamza.
Me and Lorenzo rolling in the benzo.
What is this, man? Some child? I don't know. Proving Islam in 9 minutes and 29 seconds as a revert. Didn't we have a look at this?
If I showed you this painting and told you that ink casually fell onto the canvas and made it, would you believe me? If I were you, I wouldn't.
No, we haven't.
For the simple reason that you would come to the conclusion that a painter must have made it.
We can go through this at some point.
Therefore, Islam is true. It already starts out very, very poorly.
Yeah,
and I would think
that's why he's holding this little mic, holding a lapel. Do you know the point of a lapel mic, Lorenzo?
You could have attached.
You clip it onto your jacket, which you're wearing.
How am I supposed to
hold it
believe
the entire time?
How am I supposed to believe that Islam is true if you can't even attach your?
How are we supposed to believe that you're not a complete idiot if you can't figure out how a lapel mic works?
Don't you think that coming to the conclusion that the universe was created by randomness sounds completely absurd? Now, obviously, there is a chance for ink to actually fall onto a canvas and make...
Okay, let's get to the God thing here. There is no God. God is omnipotent. Okay, God. Quran comes from... Okay, here.
Hey, it's interesting that he makes it 9:29 minutes.
I know.
9:29, little signal there.
It's one of my favorite Quran verses, man.
I mean, think about it. Even on the screen, it says 9:28. Right? If you look down, you're at 409 of 9:28. He had to make it 4:20. He had to make it 9:29 just because that's the verse that talks about violently subjugating Jews and Christians. There you have it, 9:29. Nice try, Lorenzo. Rolling in your benzo.
Fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day, nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth, Islam, from among those who are given the scripture. That meaning Christians and Jews, until they pay the tax. What kind of translation is this? The jizya, willingly submitting, fully humbled. So it's this is the verse that commands Muslims to fight the Jews and the Christians until they pay jizya, and that's what he thinks about jizya all day.
One is that all religions are false, and scenario two is that one out of all the religions is true. Now, to come to the conclusion that one of these religions has to be true means that you have to prove that its holy book, or at least its revelation, comes from God. And to prove that none of the religions are true, you would have to prove that none of the revelations are from God.
Why are you watching this when we can just go through the entire thing in a video?
Reasons. First of all, it's the only book that has been preserved, not only in a written form, but also through memory of...
It's been preserved. It really, all these different Quran versions. And then Caliph Uthman having to burn. This is what I'm saying. You got to unpack all this to expose it, and then memorize. The son of the rightly guided Caliph Umar, Ibn Umar, said, "Let no one say he has memorized the entire Quran. For how do you even know what all of it is when so much of it has been lost? Let him say rather, I have memorized what remains of it." Oh, but so everyone memorized that. This got every dude. We keep talking about this. It's the same thing with the Lily J, right? Like we spend years destroying these arguments, and they finally give up on the arguments and acknowledge that the arguments have been destroyed. And then they say, "Okay, this argument was garbage. Stop using it." And then new people pop up and start using the exact same stupid argument.
He actually brought the Quran as the only book that has been preserved argument to prove that Islam is true.
Yeah, and in your perfectly preserved book, which is the only perfectly preserved book, Allah repeatedly refers to the inspiration, the preservation, and the authority of the previous scriptures, which you say are corrupted, and Allah says can't be corrupted. So what's that mean? It means the Quran must have been corrupted. All these verses all these verses affirming the preservation and authority of the earlier scriptures, those verses must have been corrupted, because Allah can't mean that, right? Because you're saying that's not that's not the truth. Idiot, man.
Idiot, absolute idiot. But we have to look at through that whole video at some other time.
We should, man. Pretty easy to do so.
AP finally realizing online orthobros are gay Russian bots. LOL. There is a suspicion, but I would say that it might be true for 99% of them, but not all. John 18:6 says, AP, keep exposing the filthy Islamic religion. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And you also have a based cross there, which reminds me of my cross here. See. You see. David,
What?
I heard people who have this tattoo are like the most based people out there.
Yep, that's true. People came up to us and they said, hey, if you get this tattoo, it means you're extremely based.
Ooh.
And we're like, haha.
You see, this is the proof. Aleris Verus says, AP, many Orthodox priests here in Greece are directly paid and influenced by Russia. Their rhetoric in real life is just as bad as online.
Russia ruins everything. Islam ruins everything. Russia ruins everything.
I don't know if I can believe you this, but don't know what to say. Ida Rogozin, I do believe you, but I have to go through the world and look at this. I will travel to every single Orthodox church out there, and then I can come to a conclusion. Ida Rogozin, what's up, Ida Rogozin? Ida is based. David, my dream in life is getting beat up by Muslims.
It's all it can be is a dream, because whenever I'm in their presence, they get super scared and run.
D. Boudreau, thanks for highlighting the Christians killed in DRC. That means Democratic Republic of Congo. Too many anti-Islam podcasters totally ignore Africa, and I don't know why. Well, I can tell you why. It's because sub-Saharan Africa, especially, people don't want to talk about Christians who are killed or Christians who are persecuted because it's not a popular thing. If those people were Muslims, people would talk about it. People don't want to talk about subjugated and mistreated and tortured and killed and oppressed Christians. But then there's also the added element of them being sub-Saharan and black Christians. And there's just simply a very simple phenomenon out there where most people, as soon as something happens south of the Sahara and among black communities, nobody cares anymore. And
it's actually a double issue. So one, people tend to care about things more the closer to home it is. In other words, if there's a terrorist attack in your own neighborhood, that's a huge issue. If it's in your own city, that's a huge issue. If it's in your country, that's still a bigger issue than if it's in a different country. If you're in the West, then it's in the West in general and stuff. That's a big issue. If it's farther away, the farther away you get, the less of a concern it is. So one, something happening, as AP points out, in Africa and stuff, just not nearly as big of a concern at all. But then that's combined with the media not reporting on it, because the media they tend to report on stuff that supports their narrative that they want to establish, and Muslims killing Christians is not the narrative that they want to support. So people in Africa, Christians in Africa, have an especially difficult time because people care about Africa less than they care about places that are closer to home. And that's combined with the stuff that's happening in Africa supports a narrative that the media does not want to acknowledge.
If you want people to talk about it, you have to have Jews kill those people. Then everybody will talk about it. Everybody will suddenly care about it. So if you want people to care about them, have Jews involved in the killing, and then everyone will see, you see, this is the most evil thing happening in the world. Mm-hmm. Paul Longaro, 70 Christians have been found beheaded in a church in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Ida Rogozin, what's up, Ida? But if you put FCK Hamas on the shirt with the Quran verses, they can't touch you.
Oh, that's point. Yeah. On one of my famous Quran shirts. That's a good point.
That's a good idea.
Say, get your filthy hands off this Quran. On the walking Quran.
You can make a Quran shirt that says FCK Hamas on it as well. Huh. Special edition. That's pretty good. Gwyneth Isaacs says, so fed up with Christians bashing the Jews. What the hell? Well, That's just what happens, you know. Songs of relief. Check this reverse psychology. No, AP, don't become a Christian. Right now, we have an agnostic who often thinks like us. That's street cred for us. If you convert, you'll just be another Jesus freak. I'm going to convert to Christianity right now because of this.
That's powerful.
Jeffrey Anderson, when Christians forget Jesus' words in 1836, John 18:36, these were the same people that would have taken Jesus by force to make him just another of this world's kings.
That's where Jesus says to Pilate, "My kingdom is not of this world."
There wasn't a Pilate in Jesus' time. What are you talking about? Yeah. So Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by the Jewish leaders, but now my kingdom is from another place, based. There's no Pilate here. What are you talking about?" So, you think there were planes back then? What's wrong with you, man? St. Mars, the Abrahamic Faith Family House sound like a Ringling Brothers circus show. I wonder if they give out free popcorn. Benico, Jesus criticized leaders for favoring traditions over God's word. Mark 7:8-9, implying scripture, not human traditions, is the ultimate authority. Yeah. Hobocop says, our Quran sales have skyrocketed. You see, Islam is growing bigger than ever, not just by birth rate. Checks transaction history, 89% from David Wood and AP.
We do have lots of Qurans.
I did get lots of Qurans, but I'm also printing. I also have a thing of printing out Qurans now, myself. Ein Billionaire watched a video by energy expert Manfred Haverbook today. Germany wasted 500 billion euros on energy turn and has not stable energy supply without neighbors. This is very based. That's what Germany needs to do. Ida Rogozin, what's up, Ida? Ida is based. Oh, you of little faith. It's a stick poking center. It is. Gotap Dihya was trying to fill in the holes in the narrative, but get Momo instead. Moshko, and that center sounds like yet another Dawa scene. Make David Wood read this.
Oh, let's see. Okay, boys, remember, deny, deflect, I think you mean deceive. Okay, boys, remember, deny, deflect, deceive, disrupt, and deny. It's the 5 Ds of Dawa.
Beast. F the pedophile. Beast. Data B says, please put this toward your security details for daring to offend the religion of peace. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very, 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 very much.
Here's my security detail.
Moshkoin failed to mortar the Jews again. Israeli aggression. That's what they do. The Pope went over to wash the Imam's feet for the opening ceremony of the Abrahamic house. Kissed was quite a spectacle. Yeah, but washing feet is kind of a different thing. I mean, it has to do with the Christian tradition and the reference to Jesus. That'll be different from praising Hassan Nasrallah as a master and a martyr.
And that's Jesus talking to his followers and about washing each other's feet. And it's symbolic of things. Not clear on whether you can. It doesn't say don't do that for someone else, but yeah.
Yeah. Powerful. I wouldn't really put this in the same thing. And I'm not saying this because I have a bias for the Pope. So
Yeah,
definitely not. Gwyneth Isaacs, Greek Orthodox Patriarch, is rooster cock for KFC. Powerful. This is exactly what's happening. Now, I think that in this case with the Archbishop Hanna there, I don't think that this is a case of it's not like in the West when you have people being subservient to Islamists and giving in and so on. I think that this Archbishop Hanna is pure evil and he's actually in on the whole terrorism, and he's probably paid by the Islamic regime of Iran and is an ally of the Islamic terrorists and Islamists. The guy is just a pure evil bastard. That's what I would say. I think in this case it's not just a victim doing Stockholm syndrome. It's a pure evil guy. Ayatollah Khamenei, time to come to Serbian Orthodox liturgy, little bro. You think I'm in Serbia? What is this, man? You think I'm going to go over to Serbia to attend the liturgy? Winnie the Pooh, AP, go to Orthodox churches, shake your booty. Sketch therapy. Semantics aside, US aid gave 8.2 million to Politico, based as they should. Politico needs to whitewash and brainwash everyone. The white trash panda Ramen Don. Who's the Don of Ramen? Yeah, who is David? in your face. I'm Belina. Fun fact: if black, red, green make a coalition in Germany, we got an Afghanistan coalition. But of course, this prevents more Muslims coming to Germany. Lord Jesus, help us. You are wrong on this, because the Afghanistan flag right now is not black, red, green. Get it right. The current flag of Afghanistan is a different flag. The current flag of Afghanistan changed. It's this. It's this. It says, La ilaha illallah Muhammadun Rasulullah. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. This is the current flag of Afghanistan, of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. You mean the old Afghan flag? The old gay flag. This is the based flag. Rebecca Borg, have you tried theater improvisation? It's good fun and would tighten your banter. I heard it's kind of lame. David said it's lame. That's why he doesn't want to do it. I'm not sure. The Scoundrels Cantina. Serbian Orthodox Church almost has nothing to do with Christianity and everything to do with Serbian tradition. Barely anyone in the church know a single thing about their beliefs. That's pretty racist against Serbians and Serbian Orthodox Church, I would say. But I believe you. Benico, regarding who is going to do anything about this, we did. We call it the Reformation. I've already been too offensive today. I don't want to say anything else.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you better keep your mouth closed. When in doubt, keep your pie hole closed. You have nothing to say? Say nothing.
Arctic based, meanwhile in Antioch, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that with it thou mayest blow thine enemies into tiny bits
in thy mercy. That's Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
Nice. Based autistic, I looked up if the Synod of Antioch had anything to say about 10-7. I found nothing. Immediately saw their post for Nasrallah, though. Shameful. Yes, I checked too. They had nothing to say. They had nothing to say. Nothing at all to say. Nothing at all to say. Nothing at all. If you missed it, they had nothing at all to say. Nothing at all. Just so you know, they had nothing to say at all. And then I also looked at anyway, I don't want to look at this anymore. Moroni Holmes says, Muslims hate Christian Prince because he makes fun of the stupidity of Hadith grading. They keep changing the grades. Sahih. Powerful.
They do keep changing. They change the grades and they change their translations. And it's based on whether we use it against Islam. So they'll take a hadith. So they'll take like a hadith in Sahih Muslim and translate it as Muhammad hit Aisha and caused her pain. And then we'll use that, say, look, Muhammad beat his wife. And then they'll change it to he shoved her and so on. So they change their translations. But they also change the grades. They'll have hadiths that say Sahih and so on, and then we'll use it for a while, and all of a sudden they'll come back. No, it's Da'if. It's funny.
It's funny that I see this YouTuber in our chat, the Scoundrels Cantina, which is a channel with 300,000 subscribers and videos with 10 million views and so on. Wonder who this person is. What's up, Scoundrels Cantina? Are you trying to infiltrate the community here with Star Wars propaganda? What is this?
Hey, this Kash Patel dude has like resting crazy eyes.
I know, he looks crazy, right?
Doesn't he? He's got one eye looking at you and then one eye looking at the guy beside you.
Yeah. Are you trying to infiltrate the community with Star Wars propaganda? What is this, Scoundrels Cantina?
Oh, Han shot first. Yeah, we know.
What is this?
We know Han shot first.
I don't want more Star Wars propaganda. We have had enough of this. That's the last thing we want. But nice to see you here. Deneen O says, Catechism of Catholic Church, paragraph 841 says, Muslims acknowledge the Creator, profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us adore the one merciful God.
See, that's what AP's buying into. That's what AP agrees to. He says, "Look, I'm drawn to this. I'm drawn to this universal brotherhood with Muslims. I want to go join the House of Abraham fun place. The House of Abraham fun zone, where I too can kiss the feet of Muslims."
The House of Abraham playground. Man, table of contents. Table of contents. Table of contents. Table of contentment. Overview, glossary, article, and so on. Does it say that? Does it say that? Does it say that? Article. I wish I had a list of articles of paragraphs instead of the articles. What was that? 841. 841. I could just Google article 841 and probably would get it immediately, but whatever. 841. I just want to see what it says. I just want to see directly what it says. Okay? That's it. That's all I want to see. 841. Where is 841? 841. The Church, Holy Catholic Apostolic Church, 841. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Let us see. Let us see, David, if you're right or not. So, who belongs to the Catholic Church? The Church and non-Christians. Those who have not received the gospel are related to the people of God in various ways. Their relationship of the Church with the Jewish people. When she delves into her own mystery, the Church, the people of God in the New Covenant, discovers her link with the Jewish people, the first to hear the word of God. The Jewish faith, unlike other non-Christian religions, is already a response to God's revelation in the Old Covenant. To the Jews belong the sonship, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship, and the promises. To them belong the patriarchs, and of their race, according to the flesh, is the Christ. This is directly from Romans. For the gifts and the call of God are irrevocable. And when one considers the future, God's people of the Old Covenant and the new people of God tend towards similar goals. Expectation of the coming of and return of the Messiah, but one awaits the return of the Messiah who died and rose from the dead and is recognized as Lord, the Son of God. The other awaits the coming of a Messiah whose features remain hidden till end of time. And the latter waiting is accompanied by the drama of not knowing or of misunderstanding Christ Jesus. The Church's relationship with the Muslims. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator in the first place, among whom are the Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day.
Why do you put a note on that, man?
330. 330. What does this refer to? Where's the...
It's some other stuff.
LG. Is LG the brand? What is
and
LG?
Not available 3.
Now I have to find out what LG refers to.
Compare not available 3, which just says "Trust me, bro."
Now I have to understand what LG refers to and NA refer to. Where is it? It's not even here. Now I have to go to a different page to find out what it refers to.
NA is Narcotics Anonymous.
Yes. Lumen Gentium. Okay. Anyway, I can't look that up right now. But David, so what do you think about the idea that the plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator, including Muslims, who also profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us, they adore the one merciful God? What do you think about this, David?
Seems a bit gay. What?
What? That's it.
This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. I got to sign on for this. This what you mean? Then you have to go to the true church, and then I have to sign on and say, I think good point. Good point.
LG16. Let's see. LG16. What does LG16 say? LG16 on the people of God. LG16. Okay, let's see what it says here. Finally, those who have not received. Do you want to go to sleep, David? Are you yawning here? Are you tired? Are you bored? What is this?
I'll be up all night.
Oh, good. Finally, those who have not received. Do you need to go though?
At some point, maybe don't spend 25 minutes on each. Go ahead.
This is a learning session, man. We have lots of learning, studying to do. We will be here all night. So, this dogmatic constitution was promulgated by Paul VI on November 1964 followed the approval, and so on. Light of nations. Those who have not received the gospel are related in various ways to the gospel of God. In the first place, we must recall the people to whom the testament. This is a lot of reading. I'm not going to read this whole thing now. So, whatever. Got to look into this further to understand what this is all about. Based autistic, Thomas Sowell has some great work going over the history of the Jews. If you want a good historical analysis, I recommend pretty much all of his work. I've to this day not read a single thing by Thomas Sowell, although I hear so much about him.
Dude is super smart,
powerful.
He's the guy who said, and he said this in the 90s, but he said we spent the past 3 decades replacing what works with what sounds good.
That sounds pretty smart.
Yeah.
Something that I would have said. Goethe, brother, took love your neighbor to a whole new level. Palestinian peace activist Fadi Al-Wahid wore a Shalom t-shirt in the Hebrew on Yasmin Mohammed's YouTube. He's got some balls. Really? Interesting. Gotta check that out. Radical cleric Archbishop Smooches is too much for Muslims. When you play, you're sick. There's a wah-wah sound at the end. I cannot hear it.
You're sick. You're sick.
Oh yeah.
What?
That's a Skype sound, because this is from when he was having a debate with Christian Prince, and he was calling him sick, and they kept doing this thing where they break up and call back and so on. That was the Skype sound.
You're sick. You're sick.
Yeah. Sounds like a Pac-Man.
There's a Skype call sound. Based autistic should have thrown on some Barry White for Arafat. He should have. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Love you, AP and Daily Wire. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The Scotland's Cantina, sorry for spamming. Just want you to know that you are making a difference. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. David and AP, I've been watching you guys for 3 years now. I learned so much. Read the Quran, and I'm deep into the real life lore. I managed to convert a Muslim friend to Christianity thanks to you guys. Very, nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Then we'll forgive you for being a Star Wars nerd.
Yes, very nice. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All those Star Wars kind of sucks. Thank you. Alarius Verus, Greeks have been fighting Islam since 634 AD. Yeah, they kind of did a terrible job, didn't they?
Yeah, they did a crap job.
It's like they just rolled over, basically. They were like, oh, Rome, please help. Help, Rome, please, Pope, help. And Rome was like, oh, okay, man, whatever. That's basically the history of Greeks fighting Islam. Oh man. Radical cleric dude was fighting to get away from them lips.
He was. That's what it looked like. Arafat.
Serious.
Arafat's like, ah!
I hope you know that I'm joking here. When I make fun of the Greeks fighting against Islam, because I know that the Greeks didn't fight, they just gave up. Azazel, AP, please consider Catholic unite churches. We have the Eastern Greek tradition, but we are in communion with Rome. What? I thought you were Orthodox this entire time. What's wrong with you, Azazel? Thank you. Appreciate it. Tina L. Jesus is love. Hard to pray for Pope. Should still do it, though. Mr. Man, dude, AP woke up today and chose violence. That's what I do every day. Guys, the only pro-Israel side historically is Serbian Orthodox. FD. Really? Serbian Orthodox? Huh, interesting. Tina L. Where's Palestine? Find it on a map or a government. It doesn't exist, but they want to bring it into existence. Bible believing William Tyndale burned as a heretic by Rome for his translation work. Coverdale Bible couldn't be read without a license from Rome. Interesting. Lexionis says, are Palestinians the Philistines of the Bible, and so have a claim to some part of the land of Israel? No, they're not. Or Canaanites? No, they're not. Or are their ancestors just Arab migrants? Partly, yeah. So
it's a combination of lots of things. That's just what happens when you have lots of different groups on a piece of land. Some people end up staying there, and there are always remnants and so on. So if you do DNA tests, you're getting a mixture.
Yeah. Philistines, no, definitely not. Philistines were just a small population at the western part of the coastal region. They went extinct. There is no mention of them historically after like 700 to 500 BC or so. Canaanites were ancestors of the Israelites themselves. Lots of different populations in the region have some ancestry that points at Canaanites. And then with the Palestinian, Arab, especially Muslim population, you have lots of Arab influx and so on. But the whole region is just a giant mess. I would abstain from appealing to blood lines and just refer to ethnic, historical, cultural line, lineage, and tradition. Radical Cleric says, I know about an anti-Semitic Orthodox evangelist called Brother Nathaniel in New York. As an Orthodox, we don't believe he's playing with a full deck. Well, the guy has some serious problems. He needs to go and be put away in some mental institution or something. I don't know. But I would hardly say that he is a representative of Orthodox Christians in general. Although I've heard, I have seen some people have some respect for the guy, but the guy is just a complete lunatic. He is clearly not with it, and some people actually respect him as an authority or something like that. The guy is completely nuts. He's himself a Jew who converted to Orthodox who converted to Orthodox Christianity. This is just what comes up when you Google him. But he's the worst of the worst. I've seen lots of Orthodox Christians condemn him and reprimand him and all that. Orthodox Christian authorities reprimand him and all that, but he is still, I don't know to what extent he is still part of the community, or he's considered as a person with authority. Does he have official authority given to him by some Eastern Orthodox authority in charge? Is that... Wait a minute. Does this guy actually have some sort of authority? Under who is this guy? Does anybody know anything else? Does anybody know more about this? Because this guy is a complete lunatic.
He doesn't look like one, though.
And if you actually go through this guy's history, he is somebody who will say that that Jews are biologically evil, that white people are superior to everyone else, and that they are angels. Basically, this is not even, these are not normal things. You know, this guy is not normal. He is completely messed up.
Okay, Turkish German defining what's normal. Thank you.
This guy is just completely messed up. But does he hold any position of authority? I just wonder. And who gives him this? Let's see. La 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 la. He might be a bishop. He might be a loner, not under anyone. Anyway, I'll check this out in a little bit. And Wyckoff, the Catholic Church condemned anti-Semitism, but the Latin Mass traditionalists keep reviving it. Yeah, there is a split among Catholicism of the traditionalist Catholics. There was actually something very funny. Who is that one guy? There's some traditionalist Catholic who is very popular. Who is this weirdo guy who talks about Catholicism? He recently made a post. Basically, have you seen this whole thing? There's this Jesus Christ Superstar thing, casting of this woman who is supposed to play Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Hey, I've been thinking, when is that supposed to happen? We could because it's another instance of, hey, we know Christians aren't going to kill us. We know Mormons aren't going to kill us. We know all the people who aren't going to kill us, so we can make fun of them and mess with them and annoy them. But it's always the same thing with Islam. I was thinking instead of responding, or even like, who cares about like complaining? Like, you're obviously doing it for attention, so why am I going to give you a bunch of attention for it? But we should start doing, okay, if you're doing this, then we're making our own little musical called Muhammad's Diddy Party. And we're going to make our own little musical about that. and we're going to release it on the same day as your little musical.
So here's the guy. This is who I'm talking about. So this guy here, Taylor Marshall, made a post the other day about that upcoming thing, and it was a clearly anti-Semitic attempt again, but it was really, really stupid. And I did want to respond to it, but then I thought, well, you know what? Just let it go, man. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. He posted something about the people in charge of this new casting. He was implying, by asking the question, can you guess who the two directors of this play are? Thereby implying that they're Jews. The funny thing is, I looked into it, as did others, and it turns out that the two main directors who actually made the decision of casting that woman as Jesus are actually presumably from Christian backgrounds, and nothing is known about them. And then the two associate directors are one raised Catholic and one raised Jewish. So it's actually, if you want to blame the religion of the people who cast a woman for Jesus, you would actually have to imply that it's a Catholic guy who is evil and Catholics are evil, or something like that.
That's not the narrative, though. Anti-Semitism
really just has these people going crazy and doing the dumbest thing nowadays. But anyway, Sharon.
You just check out the new style I display. Now you got to be fresh to rock with Fresh, and I'm DOUGIE Fresh, and I'm known for the what? It's before your time, son. Before you're born.
Powerful. So, Sharon Barcelon. Is that it? Made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Rimology. Vatican II also affords to Muslims the same chance of being saved as Protestants, so eager to reconcile with Muslims, but not their brethren. I'm not sure if that is actually directly there in Vatican II. But yeah, it says that they too have a belief in God or something like that. Trump said Pfizer bros were good guys. He got booed. Gwyneth Isaacs. Willett, 1985. AP, respect for you. Reversing the roles of perpetrator and victim is sick. The left is doing it with Israel right now. Trump is doing it with Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine is not the bad guy here in this conflict at all. And if you want to make it look like Ukraine chose this war and Zelensky is a dictator, you're just a liar, man. Elon Musk is doing it right now as well, and it's a very bad look. This is not truth. If you want to be about truth and you want to accuse the media of lying and you want to go for truth, but then you start spewing garbage like that, that is not truth. Be truthful. St. Miles, just an FYI, even if you call Trump a liar, Trump is able to see that you're listening to what he is saying, and the person calling him a liar is honest enough to calling him out on his errors. Trump is a person of brutal honesty. Inshallah, but he still lied, that's the problem. St. Miles, appreciate it. Very much appreciated. Unfortunately, he still lied, and he needs to correct his lies.
Not lying. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
And it's not a very innocent lie either. It's a lie that is very, very
4%.
4% approval rating.
The Ukrainians, Zelensky, he's over there. He's eating the dogs. He's eating the cats. He's eating the pets. It's what they do. The Ukrainians, that's how they are.
Paul called out Peter.
Putin's going to save them. Putin invaded to save the dogs, to save the cats, to save the pets.
He actually said that Zelensky chose a war that he could not win. How did
he chose a war? He chose to be invaded by eating the dogs. If you're eating the dogs and you're about a bunch of Russians, the Russians are going to come save the dogs. That's what they do. It's what they love the dogs in Russia. They love vodka. They love vodka and dogs.
Bigly. The Thank you, Anne. Daughter too. Hey, what's up, daughter? This is my daughter here. Here's some money for drinks to go with the pizza. Thank you so much, daughter. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Lexionis, since Islam has multiple branches and sects, would it be better to call it our lamb, our lambs, our sheep? This is a good point. I have to ponder on this.
Very valid point.
And get back to you on this. Daniel Kasky became a member. Thank you for joining the cult. Martin Oraha made a super chat. Thank you so much. Jacob In says, do you find Jewish anti-Zionists to be more unforgivable than Muslim anti-Zionists? I do, because the Jewish anti-Zionists should know better and are usually self-hating, i.e. Finkelstein. Yeah, there is something very disgusting and very hate-worthy about Jewish anti-Zionists. It is personally disgusting to me, but I tend to, or I prefer not to talk about them as much and rather leave it to the Jews to do that. But Jews really need to take care of the hardcore leftist Jews and the Jewish anti-Zionists. These Hamburger Deluxe. ISIS-linked militants butcher 70 Christians in Congo. So BS, worldwide news not reporting about this. People favor Islam over Christianity. What do you think about this? Well, people don't like to get killed, you know. If you and with Islam, there's always the risk of getting killed. So you would like to be part of it or just be quiet about it, you know. That's that. Which is understandable. Why would you want to be killed? You know, Blotto Ottoman, what do you guys think about Hank Hanegraaff, aka the Bible Answer Man? David, what do you think about Hank Hanegraaff?
I haven't heard much about him in a long time. I was on a couple shows because I wrote a couple articles for the the Christian Research Journal back in the day, and then I was on the radio show with him. But yep, haven't heard from much from him in like probably a decade or so.
But it's a Dutch guy. It's Hank Hanegraaff. So you probably don't know him. I don't know anything about him, so I can't say. I'm Berliner for Daily Wire. What hand sign do you make to order 3 beer? No, seriously, what hand sign do you do?
You're gonna go like this, and you're gonna say no because dumb Germans go like that.
This is the only correct one. So that's that. Sam Fay, what do the tattoos mean? You mean these tattoos? These are a traditional, long, old Jerusalem tattoo design.
Yeah. So they were pointing out when we were going through the book, they have all these designs that are like centuries old, Coptic Christian designs. But since some of these designs are like 6, 7, 8 centuries old, they don't know exactly what they mean anymore. So for these ones, for instance, they said the 3 crowns. So we know what the cross is. That's a famous cross. As far as the 3 crowns,
Jerusalem cross.
Yeah. As far as the 3 crowns, they said they don't know if that, because there's a star on there above it. They don't know if this refers to 3 wise men like the Magi, or if it represents the Trinity. They said they just don't know what the intention was. It was lost. It's been lost.
The cross is the Jerusalem cross, also worn by Crusaders and so on. That's pretty based.
Yeah, so everyone's got to get this tattoo. We're preparing an army of Crusaders.
Yeah, if you don't have this tattoo, you have to get it.
Yeah, we're not going to let you in our army.
If you don't have this tattoo, you're not going to be part of it. So
yeah. You're gonna show up one day and we're gonna, hey, I'm ready to get out.
No.
Get out.
Yeah, where's your tattoo? Where is your tattoo?
Let's see it.
Where did you put it?
Let's see it.
So that's that. It was kind of cool though. Like we were looking at the tattoos and we're like, which one should I get? Which one should I get? And David was like, which ones do you like? I'm looking at them and I was, this one. It's like, pick one. Let's just get him. So I picked one and he was like, okay, I'm getting it too. It's kind of funny. Sophia Spectre. So I tricked David into getting a Catholic cross there on his arm. See?
Yeah, there were a couple. There were a couple that I preferred over this one, but AP liked this one, so we rolled with it. Figured I could get the other ones I like better next time on there.
Sophie Sector, the delusional self-serving moral posturing of the left, is just refusing to make difficult choices and accept the reality of the Middle East as Jews fight for survival at best or anti-Semitism at worst. This is a good analysis. I appreciate it, Sophie. I wish you had sent this message within the first hour of this live stream, though. Orthodox is proud infidel. What's up? You guys hear about the 70 Christians beheaded in the Congo by ISIS affiliate group? No.
No.
That's insane, man. Never heard of this. And Wyckoff, the Muslim Allah is not Yahweh, but a cruel and vindictive entity who orders mass murder, continued slavery, brutal punishment, and international Christ punishments, international Christ sacrificial work. This is true. I also made a video about this called Do Muslims and Jews and Christians worship the same God? And you might be very surprised to find out, no, they don't. Wait, where is this? GoTop said, AP, people in the chat are saying keep reading to 845.
Oh yeah, and then a couple super chats later. Wasuza says in 845 you get the explanation.
845. Catechism 845. Let's see. Is this it? To reunite all his children scattered and led astray by sin, the Father willed to call the whole of humanity together into his Son's church. The church is the place where humanity must rediscover its unity and salvation. The church is the world conciled. She is the bark, or reconciled. She's the bark which in the full sail of the Lord's cross, by the breath of the Holy Spirit, navigates safely in this world. According to another image dear to the church fathers, she is prefigured by Noah's Ark, which alone saves from the flood.
What's that got to do with it?
It's pretty based. But catechism, Catholic, catechism, Catholic catechism, Catholic catechism. I want to go back on that site and read the other ones in as they were. As they were. David, you need to go?
I needed to go like an hour ago.
Then go. Yeah.
Continue. Wait, are you going to just read all these?
No.
Okay. Now people are saying read all of 841 to 845. You got to read it all.
I'm not doing that. I can do that some other time. So, non-Christian religions in the first place in common origin, all nations but share one community. Catholic Church recognizing other religions that surge among shadows and images for the God who is unknown yet near. The Church considers all goodness and truth found in these religions as a preparation for the gospel and given by him who enlightens all men that they may at length have life. Okay, I don't see a problem with that. In their religious behavior, however, men also display the limits and errors that disfigure the image of God in them. They are often deceived by the evil one. Men have become vain in their reasonings and have exchanged the truth of God for a lie and serve the creature rather than the creator. Or else, living and dying in this world without God, they are exposed to ultimate despair. To reunite all his children, scattered and led astray. Okay, with what we just read, outside the church there is no salvation. Okay, what I understand is when it comes to the Muslims, the plan of salvation also includes them only, however, if they become Christians, right? That's basically what I gather here. Long story short, with which I wouldn't see a problem. That's my understanding. That's the conclusion I draw here. I wouldn't see a single problem with that at all. What do you think?
I would want to read that more very carefully before commenting.
Sketch therapy danger. If David washes AP's feet, you'll be featured on Wiki feed, and the Dawas will be cranking. There will be many glazed throbs and kifi as they're sick. This is very dangerous stuff, man. Beniko says, don't worry, you won't offend me. I grew up in Israel, so I have very thick skin. Anyways, love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We were not worried.
I was worried very much. Wusosa said, in 845, you get the explanation. There you go.
That's what I said.
There you go. See, it isn't as bad as people thought. Yeah. Reading it further, it doesn't sound that bad. But again, I would try to read the whole thing. I wanted to go through the entirety of the catechism. And anyway, haven't done that yet. Emmanuel Fries, does he look like he has authority? LOL. This guy? And he looks like he has great authority. Look at this.
What a perfect picture, man.
This is
Like Hagar the Horrible, man. Look up Hagar the Horrible.
I will, but here's the thing. Look, like the ADL. Listen, ADL. The ADL gets lots of hate, and I think much of it is very, very much justified. And here is another reason. I see so much garbage that the ADL engages themselves in and that the ADL deals with. They have a page on Brother Nathaniel, and it's just this. I have just fleetingly seen stuff from the sky that is like the worst thing I have ever read about Jews. And this is all they have? Are you freaking kidding me? Meanwhile, you spend time on stuff like, oh, also Islamophobia and so on. Like, what a waste of existence, man. ADL.
Now check out Hagar the Horrible.
What? Who?
Hagar the Horrible, man. Everybody knows
Horrible.
Hagar the Horrible.
Who's Hagar the Horrible, man?
Looks exactly like Brother Nathaniel.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see.
Now you know.
Hagar the Horrible. That's exactly the same.
Exactly. Just a slightly different color beard, but
Well, you could just dye the beard, you know.
that's true.
Here, powerful stuff. How good is God blessing AP with money for security? This is true.
Uh-huh.
It was very helpful. It is incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful. John Choi says, Slava Ukraini and Am Israel Chaya. Powerful stuff. Jordan Wingard says, I enjoy listening to y'all's live stream while I'm at work. While working, I can't help losing it when I hear things like, and we're proud of that.
We're proud of that.
Yeah, we can all thank Ali Dawa and Hijab for all these little sound bites they gave
I look
us.
creepy to my coworkers seeing me quietly smile, and I blame you both. That's good. That's good.
What's the problem?
Razi, I recently learned the ancient god of the Yakut peoples, Tengri, have 99 names attributes. Now we know where Allah got his 99 names from.
We're proud of that.
That makes sense. Ida Rogozin, what's up, Ida? You're based. Make merchandise with temporary ones. Oh yeah, with the FCK Hamas on it. That's good. Arctic based AP David Wood. Hate to break it to you, but 3 crowns actually symbolize Sweden.
Powerful.
Powerful. Thank you. Based autistic. I would love to get everyone who watches you guys to message me so we can share how you guys have reached us. Give me some time to figure it out. That'll be based.
Very based.
Tower in Touch, his joke was so controversial and hated it. It made the entire country forget about even vegan Israel. Trump and everything vegan else we were into before this veganism.
That's crazy. It's a messed up joke, but you just think, okay, don't let this guy on stage anymore.
Well, if you have a whole country of vegans, it's just what you get. You know?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. Jonathan Clemens, AP, would you and David consider making a video debunking Europa the Last Battle? Neo-Nazis and schizos often promote that documentary as some sort of proof. Thank you both for everything you do. No, because these people have no interest in any refutation at all. They just want to put dumb stuff out there. I have seen parts of it a long time ago. It's just so much garbage and stupidity. I would rather focus on something else, like which should also not be necessary, but putting proofs for the Holocaust into a bite-sized format for everyone out there, and you will see that even if you put something like that into their faces, they will ignore it because they are hateful and deeply sick and disturbed people. The Nazis were evil people. Hitler was an evil, filthy person who also not just was against Jews. Don't be so proud. He also hated Christianity. And he also had a plan to get rid of Christianity after the war. Some people just are sick. I don't know. No to your tattoos. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, yeah. We should put this out as merch so that everyone can get their tattoos so they can join the army. I see. Makes sense.
Hey, you know what's crazy though? It's like I wouldn't want to diss the shop because that's like their ancestral designs and so on. So I would actually pay for the rights and say, hey, we want everyone to be able to get this tattoo. So we're going to put it out so everyone can go to their local tattoo shop and get this. So we're going to pay you guys this amount of money for the rights to that design. And it'll be our design.
I'm not sure why
we'll buy their design from them.
I'm not sure why you call them ancestral or something like that, but I agree with that pretty much as well. Wow. Beast mode. When will the next Mohomos Boom Boom Room skit going to happen? Soon, tomorrow. All right, David. Anything else?
Nope.
Good. Aiden, you should put Brother Nathaniel in the Boom Boom Room. Anyway,
hey, Ramadan seems like a good month to release some episodes of Boom Boom Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, doesn't it? That seemed like a good month. Hey, maybe for the first day of Ramadan, we'll get an episode of Muhammad's Boom Boom Room.
I just I got myself a bunch of Qurans, and I also got myself a new fire pit and some stuff like some coal and good stuff for burning. I have to soon do something about burning some things. Also, while we're at it, remember Salwan Mumika was brave enough to face these bastards and whose life was taken by the terrorists.
And these guys think they're going to celebrate that and just have a nice, calm Ramadan where everyone respects their little month of gorging themselves with food and calling it fasting.
Yes.
Is that how it's going to work? Just going to be a nice, calm, little peaceful Ramadan with everyone respecting your religion and not disrespecting it all. Is that how things are going to go? That how things are going to go when we have daily terrorist attacks, stabbing people in their throats and so on, ramming cars into people and slaughtering people, and then not only slaughtering people for disrespecting your book, but almost universally celebrating it and cheering for it, and then you're just gonna have 30 days of gorging yourself with food and calling it fasting, and we're just gonna be extremely respectful. We should go live the entire month of Ramadan every single day and just mess with them every single freaking day. Anyway. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? The 30 days of Ramadan, 30 days of mocking Muhammad challenge.
30 days of Ramadan ding dong.
Oh boy.
So Salwan Momika was brave enough. He was better than Muhammad, the little doggy, and was murdered by Islamists. If you asked Archbishop Hana, he would the bastard Archbishop Hana would probably say, "Oh, it was his fault. I stand with the Islamists." Which is why you shouldn't listen to the bastards like Archbishop Hana. But praise to Salwan Momika, who was a hero, unlike Muhammad, the little doggy boy. We will be doing good stuff, and we will be back soon. Powerful stuff. We will be live tomorrow on David Dawood's channel.
Talking about Elon Musk.
And
finding out about Sharia.
His tendency to make babies with different people. All right. Until then, as always, have a fantastic night or a fantastic day. Here's Didi saying, "Wish you hearts were on every day." Right. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you all tomorrow, and as always. And for those who don't speak goat, here's the English translation from the goat himself.
Stay away from Islam.